guy, and it was Zillowed out at like 220. We talked to him, and my caller was newer and threw out a number. He goes, well, how much will you give me? And he said 120. And the guy goes, oh, no, that's not going to work. That's way too much for this house. He's negotiating for us now, by the way. Did you guys catch that? He goes, I'll tell you what, you pay what I paid in 1992, and I'll sell it to you. Well, what'd you pay? $90,000. He reduced his own price $30,000.
Dang.
He probably should have taken the 120.
Yeah.
Because we instantly sold it for 165,000.
Two claps, y'all. Two claps.
This is real. That was from one phone call, from one cold call. This is real life. I'm telling you guys. I want you guys all, I want you guys all to get a massive deal as quickly and as often as possible. We talk about it, Gage. A $50,000 deal minimum. Can you imagine that getting wired into your account? How good would you feel? Yeah. It's real life. Happens every month to us. Every month. At least once a month, we get a deal that's over 50,000 because we talk to people, because we're not afraid, because we've built an environment in our company of being really, really, really proactive, right? But we pre-qualify, and we go and we do the lead. Our follow-up is killer. And the last thing is the seller appointment, right? Do you go there and start telling, well, this looks like it needs $10,000 worth of work, and that needs 40, and that needs 50. You want to like totally bomb appointments? Cause friction early, right? Nothing causes friction more than telling them that their house sucks, right? But do you know how powerful it is to just turn your camera phone light on and just put it into the corner? They're like, yeah, about, yeah, that's, there was a pipe that burst. Going underneath the sink. Oh, yeah, it's been leaking for a while, right? You don't even have to say anything, but it's just going through. Don't cause that friction. So as you go, if you are in a market that you can go on the appointment, which I highly suggest, guys, this year, it's more important than ever to go on these appointments. Get face-to-face with them, okay? Because too many people are sending them offers from big institutional buyers, right? Open Door, OfferPad, Zillow now. You know what I mean? All these buyers just send offers right away. You need to get in front of these people. You need to make it tangible. You need to make it personal. They need to understand that you're there to help them. So it's more, I mean, listen, if you're in a virtual market, I get it. Do the best that you can. But if they are in your market, get to those appointments and show up. Show up, right? Don't go there and be all over the place. Don't be sloppy. Show up. Be professional. Show up early. Make sure you get there. Listen to something great before you go on that appointment. Go through. Understand the pre-qualifying that you've done, right? Don't just go in there just razzled and all over the place and unfocused. Go there with a purpose. Bring a contract, right? Have them sign it. Don't go to an appointment without a contract, right? Go there, walk around, ask them if you could take pictures of the property. That's the first permission you get, right? You mind if I take some pictures? If they say no, that tells you something. It tells you they're probably not ready. But I'm telling you, 9 times out of 10, they will let you take pictures. Now you've got permission. Now you're building a relationship. Now they're working with you, right? And then you're just walking around looking at stuff, right? You're not beating them up. You're not telling them, oh, this and that. You're not causing the friction. You're showing up with 2 things, certainty and likability. I am telling you guys, that is the most powerful things that you can go to an appointment with. Even if you don't have a contract, even if you go unprepared, even if it's not pre-qualified, which I highly suggest every single lead is, but certainty and likability. Certainty. You're certain about the numbers that you're going to give them. You're certain about the process. You're certain that you can help them. Maybe you've never even done it before. Maybe you don't even know what earnest money is. Maybe you don't even know what a title company does. It doesn't matter. You're certain that you can help them. And likability is all about the way that you listen. Are you actively listening to them? Are you nodding your head when they're talking? Are you following along? Are you confirming and approving everything they say? Or are you telling them that they're wrong? Right? We confirm and approve, confirm and approve. Oh, you want 200,000 for this house that's 60,000 on Zillow. Okay, great. Okay. How did you come up with that number? Right? 200,000, you're bananas, you're crazy. You think you're getting that deal? You're not getting that deal. But certainty and likability, you bring that likability, you bring that active listening, you bring your personality, and you actually go there caring that you want to solve their problem. It's incredible. It's incredible when it all falls in line. When you get a lead from lead generation, you follow up with that lead like a mad person. You pre-qualify them, and you go on the appointment, and they sign the contract. Beautiful. It's that simple. And then that leads you to selling the deal, disposition. There's a simple rule in wholesaling. The bigger your cash buyer database, the more money you make. It's that simple. So let's talk about some ways to building your cash buyer database. First of all, everybody has Facebook. Everybody has LinkedIn. Everybody has meetup groups or RIAs or whatever in your market. You need to start adding people to your database, and then you need to trade with other people in your market. I built up our cash buyer database to 12,000 people in 3 days. I had 300 people. I traded with somebody else that had 200. So now I have 500. I traded with somebody else that had 500. I had 1,000. Traded, and had one of the best buyer databases in Phoenix. And everybody else has them. If you think that you're the only one that has your cash buyers in your database, you're crazy. They are dating around. They're swiping right. Is that it? I don't know. I've been married, so I don't know if swiping right's a thing. The kids say that, I guess. Anyway, you got to build up this cash buyer database. And trade. Guys, trade it up. And you have to build it with all three of these. It can't just be flippers. You need to get the people that are going to build their rental portfolios. Okay. And if you really want to make the most, you got to put people that are going to occupy it on there. Right. In Phoenix, there's a ton of buyers that have cash that just want to live in the property. And they'll pay a retail value. It's incredible. Even if it needs fix up. There's just a lack of inventory. So you got to find all of these different people, right? You got to find the people that are fix and flip. Those are typically going to be people that do a lot of business, that are in it, that are flipping a lot. They're going to be the fastest because they make decisions really quick. And it's great to have them on your list. But I remove them from the list, our main list, because they want the buddy deal, right? Hey, oh man, just let me get this deal. Let me lock this up. Let me get a couple grand off, right? I bought 50 properties from you, Brent. Like, hook me up a little bit, right? So I remove all those people and I send it out to all the other people first. And if I don't sell it to them, then I'll bring it to the bigger buyers. It's kind of counterintuitive, but it works really well because people bid up these deals. And we push the hell out of value. We'll push it and push it and push it and push it. It makes no sense at all. We just test it. The cash buyers will tell you what the value of a property is. That's the only thing that will. In any situation, I don't care if it's a tube of toothpaste, a bicycle, or a house. It's not the market that determines the value. It's not an appraisal. It's not real estate agents. It's a ready, willing, and able buyer. Always. Always. So let the buyers determine. I talk to it all the time with my TTP family and my TTP students. Put it out there. See what the buyers are going to say. See what their reaction is. Let it be real life. Don't just hallucinate and assume you know what people want to spend on properties. And it works. They put it out there and they start learning what people will pay for these properties. And it's more and more and more and more. Every month it keeps going up. And if you're trading up with the people in this room, if you're trading your buyers list, if you're getting as big as possible, you're going to get bigger deals. We went from when I had 300 people on the cash buyer database, our average deal was $12,000. Right now, my average deal is $27,000. Yeah, because we have a big cash buyer database, and you got to keep them fed, right? That goes back to the referrals from other people that aren't building up their cash buyer database, because you're the one that can get these sold. So the more frequent you're sending out deals, the more people are going to open them. The more people are going to be ready, the more you're going to get texts from people that say, hey, when you get a deal in this area, this zip code, this neighborhood, send it to me, send it to me, send it to me. I'm starving, I need it. Right? So frequency is really, really, really important, and that goes back to building up the referrals. Got it? Are we good? Are we good? Are you guys getting this? Are we loving it? Come on!
Let me get a.
It's Friday, baby. This is the best day of my life. It is. Here's the funnel. You ready? At the top of it is every property in your market. Every property. In Phoenix, we have 1 million to 1.25 million properties. From there, you have to filter it down based on distress. Somebody shout out some distress. What? Foreclosure. Vacants. Divorce. I love it. Probate.
Fire damage.
Fire damage. Hey, for real though, if you guys do have a fire damage, you got to talk to Elijah. He's going to make you a wealthy person. Code violation, right? Taxes, property taxes, income taxes, all of these things. Guys, there are so many different lists of distressed properties. Pull those. Don't just go after people that have equity. I'm telling you, it's a bloodbath. You're gonna have so much brain damage going after people that just have equity. Niche it down, niche it down, niche it down. You got David Lecko there that created Deal Machine. How many people have gotten a deal from Driving for Dollars? Yep. Still number one. Still number one biggest deals, Driving for Dollars. It's incredible. So you got to get all the properties. You got to get the ones that are distressed. Okay? That's your list. And then you got to have a quality contact with them. You have to have a conversation. It goes back to slide number 1. The key, the foundation of this whole business, quality conversations with distressed property owners. Now, this quality contact could come from them calling you or you calling them, right? You reaching out, you being referred to them, whatever it is. You cold calling, you door knocking them calling you off of your bandit signs, off of your mail, whatever it is, right? But you got to have that quality contact, and then you got to have that lead. You got to see if it's a lead. And what's a lead? A lead is somebody that you pre-qualified based on those 4 things: condition, timeline, motivation, price. Right? That's a lead. That's somebody that you're following up with. And then you get the opportunity to present to them either virtually or you present to them face-to-face. Now, let me tell you guys this. This is something that has improved the amount of signed contracts we get like twofold. If you're going to send a DocuSign, if you're going to send an e-signature contract to a seller, schedule an appointment to go through the contract with them on the phone. Please do not just send an offer and say, text me when you get it, because I will beat you like a drum. You set an appointment. The sellers, most of the sellers we work with, they prefer that we go through the contract over the phone. Does 1 o'clock work for you? Get them in front of the computer. Have them go through all the questions. Go through their objections. Go through it like you're sitting in front of them. You will get more contracts signed. I am telling you. But Brent, what if they won't do that? What if they say, well, they'll get to it when they get to it? That tells you something. Are they ready? Are you giving them an offer so that they can now leverage that offer to everybody else's offer? Uh-huh. But you should know that before you send that. The more questions you ask, the more that you try to get them to commit, the more their objections are going to bubble to the surface, and the better that you can deal with them. Right? So ask that, set that up, set up those appointments. Now, when you're face-to-face with them, certainty and likability. Presentation, you get the contract signed, right? Now you've got that contract signed. You turn it into the title company or closing attorney. What I suggest you guys do is I suggest you download the Turbo Scan app on your phone. It'll scan in and change that contract into a PDF. I literally leave the original with the seller. I scan it in with Turbo Scan and I send it to my title company immediately. What is it? Is that the same thing? Yeah. Any of those. Any of those. But take a picture of it right there. Show them that you're already opening escrow. Right? You're already committed. Take it, send it to the title company, let them go. Guys, listen to me. One of the most important people on your team that you don't have to pay for is your escrow officer or your closing attorney. They are critical. Go into any Facebook groups. Go into anywhere that people are talking about wholesaling or flipping or whatever. Post there and say, who's the best escrow officer? Who's the best closing attorney? And see how many times somebody puts their name and see how many people like that name or love that name, right? That's the person you want to work with. I am telling you, they're going to make you a fortune, because what happens is when you train them right, they will do everything. They will schedule everything with the seller. They'll make sure that they're coming in, that they're getting all the documentation in, that they're following the plan that you've laid out, right? They do all the work for you. They make sure that your cash buyer actually has money. They make sure that when they turn in that non-refundable earnest deposit that you get from your cash buyers, minimum of $5,000, everyone, right? That if the buyer gets wiggly, you get that released to you. That's what these escrow officers and these closing attorneys can do for you. If you guys need any of the paperwork, any of the really, really bulletproof assignment contracts, whatever, talktopeople.com, get into the TTP Insider. I've got it all. It's all downloads. You guys can get into it. It's all there. But you got the contract signed. Now you get it closed, right? Now you got to go through that process of getting it closed, having that cash buyer come in, actually fund it. And that's when it's exciting, because that's when we get paid, right? We don't get paid until, do not start buying shit before you close the deal. We've all done it. We've all bought an iWatch or whatever, you know what I mean? Apple Watch, something, new laptop. We're like, I got 20 grand tomorrow. I'm going to buy this laptop. And then the buyer gets in a car accident. What? Doesn't show up. Deal gets real stressful at the very end, right? Make sure, guys, I really, really, really make sure the escrow officer has to be one of the biggest parts of your team, okay? Closing, get paid, and then repeat that 1,000 times. That's it. You're retired. You gotta do what you want. Go live on a beach or a mountain. Whatever you want to do, right? And build it and build it and build it. But guys, this is it. This is the whole business. That's the whole process. There's only 3 parts to wholesaling, right? Lead generation, conversion, disposition. This is the whole funnel. This is how you build the whole business. It's not rocket science, but it's the most incredible business of all time. I'm telling you, this is the most incredible business. It is hitting the lottery. This is a cash machine. And you get to help out a lot of people that don't know what to do with these properties. You can't trick them. Can't trick them. You go through title, you go through escrow, you go through this whole process. It takes time. You're solving problems out there. It is wildly rewarding. I am telling you, it is incredible. I think this is so important. And I talk about, in Phoenix, and Elijah can speak to this as well. But in Phoenix, we have a crew. We have a crew of incredible wholesalers, incredible investors, and we all collaborate. We all collaborate.
Yep, that's right.
We all sell each other's deals or buy each other's deals. We're all supportive. There's too many deals. It's a conveyor belt of deals out there. 6 to 10%. That means like 75,000 properties in Phoenix need help. It's too many. But everybody's learning how to wholesale. No, they're not. Go talk to anybody. Go ask anybody if they know what wholesaling is. We do, and we surround ourselves with each other, and we like each other. But nobody knows what the hell we're talking about. Have you ever talked to anybody about wholesaling and their eyes just gloss over? Is that legal? Yes, Mom, I've been doing it for 10 years. Right? Eyes gloss over. They're just like, nobody knows. We are so special. We're so unique. This is an incredible group. You gotta build community here, because it can get frustrating to feel like you're on an island by yourself. All right? So you gotta crew up. You gotta collaborate in your markets. They're not competitors. Sure, are they gonna get some deals that you didn't? Sure, but so are you. There's plenty. It's a conveyor belt. And the market doesn't matter. If the economic world melted tomorrow, would we still have to talk to people? Would we still have to have quality conversations? So there you go. The market doesn't determine your success. It's nice when people are buying properties cash and they have the cash to do it. But it doesn't, you could do deals. There's always going to be opportunity. More deals sold in the economic downturn than are selling now. So the market and competition does not determine your success. Get that out of your mind. This is the best definition of charisma I've ever seen, right? And I think charisma plays a lot in our business, because we're facing the sellers. We're facing other people in our market. We're facing cash buyers. We're facing each other. Power, presence, and warmth. That's the thing. Power, presence, and warmth. Charisma. That's where it is. Having that charisma to go in, having that certainty, having that likability, actually listening to somebody that you're on an appointment with, actually be invested in helping them solve their problem, and then matching them up with cash buyers that put food on their table by flipping properties or by holding rental portfolios. It's the best. It is the best. And guys, a ton of resources here. Get in there. I would love for you guys to join the Insider. It's got a ton of things in there. You guys, some of you guys have seen my YouTube channel. Some of you guys listen to Wholesaling Inc. podcast. It's all there. Okay. It's all right there. But remember, this business, lead generation, conversion, disposition, right? Quality conversations with distressed property owners. That is it. I love you guys all. Thank you so much.
Hey guys, we got a couple minutes for Q&A. Did y'all want to ask Mr. TTP some questions? Anybody got some questions? I will.
If you want to ask some question, you guys could come to the center. There's a mic right there in the middle. You can get a couple of them. You got a couple mics in the middle right here if you want to ask a couple questions.
This is a very rare opportunity.
I'm telling you, pick a guru's mind live. Come on, guys. Yeah, man, if he gave you guys some fire, let me get a. All right, so we have some questions back here. I'll come to you soon as you guys don't want to get your steps in. All right. And listen, I got questions for him. I don't want to take up your guys' questions. You got a question over here? Oh, I heard one over here.
Well, my question is, what would you say is the top 5 or top 25 questions that you ask people that you consistently ask sellers?
Like ask the sellers?
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
pre-qualifying?
Mm-hmm.
Number one, I always ask that question, what remodeling have you done to the kitchen and bathrooms in the last 5 years? Because those are the 2 big ticket items, right? Now, if they've already repaired those, if they've upgraded it, if they've got quartz, they got new counters, they got new cabinets, what's the likelihood that they're going to sell at a discount? Not much, right? So I always ask the condition. If you were to sell, where would you move to next? I think is a powerful question. Just asking them how much they want for the property. You've owned the property for a while. What do you think it's worth? If you totally fixed up this property, what do you think it would sell for? Okay, and if you could wave a magic wand, how much, and could have a budget to put whatever you want in, how big do you think that budget would have to be? So now you've got what they think the value is, subtract the amount of upgrades and costs that goes into it, and you can start working that number down. So, you know, I think asking them why they haven't listed with a real estate agent is powerful and important, because it takes it off the table. I want to take everything off the table. It's a mismatch type of thing, right? So you want to make sure that their preferred option right now is to get a cash offer, and why. Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. Use them.
How's it going, Brent? Thanks, man.
Awesome.
Couple questions. One, you mentioned that buyer occupants are really great because they pay the closest to retail.
Yep.
So how do you go about building up that list of buyer occupants?
A couple different things. You can pull a cash buyer list from PropStream, right? And then just skip trace it and have those conversations with them. And it's not necessarily them that'll purchase, but it's their family and friends. I think it depends. In Phoenix, the guys that do the best job are Spanish speaking. And so they really work in that community to provide housing. So I think that there's a couple things there. And I think it's just being loud, being the guy that has deals. So if you have deals and everybody knows that you have deals, then people that want to live in the neighborhoods will find you.
Cool.
And you could you could do some creative stuff. You could do some coming soon type of things on Zillow, right? You can do some, if you buy these things, you could put them on the market and see who those cash buyers are, and whoever didn't buy the property you're selling, you keep those people and just work with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second question.
Yep.
If you were to start over, just starting new, getting into it, how would you go about building up relationships and collaborating with others and creating that kind of environment around you?
I would get the Meetup app, right? And I'd go to every real estate meetup there was. And I'd start talking, and I would just try to be around the people that were actually doing business and just have some conversations. And I would be like, listen, I will intern for free. I'll do anything for free. I just want to be around it. You know what I mean? An hour, 2 hours, I'll do whatever you want. I'll pick up coffee. I'll clean your shoes. I'll do whatever it takes. Just, I want to be in your ecosystem. Yeah.
Thanks, Brent.
Yeah. Awesome.
You did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
My question to you is, as qualifying the leads, when I'm qualifying the leads and I'm speaking to the seller, I often ask questions as to what repairs are needed. You build a rapport with the seller. Once you build that rapport with the seller, I always have Zillow pull up. I always have the tax roll. And also, you know, go by the 70% rule and subtracting out what repairs are needed. But the hardest thing for me is the seller does not want to give a price of the value of the property. I always have a difficult time with that, of them giving the value of the property. And I don't want to be very pushy, because sometimes if you're pushy, the rapport that you have already built, it could turn around and you possibly want, you know, get the sale. But I want to make sure that I prepare my acquisition managers, but for it to be a slam dunk when they get to the appointment.
Love it. Yep.
So I want to
You got to
give
pull
me
the
some advice
yeah.
on that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to ask it different ways. You got to be creative with it. You know, have you had an appraisal done on your property? No. If you did, what do you think it would come back at? You know what I mean? Like, if you talk to a real estate agent about listing your property, or, you know, in a perfect world, what would you want for this? I mean, you could go crazy. You could, you know, if I were to give you a suitcase full of cash, how much cash would need to be in that suitcase to sell your house? I mean, you can use it different ways. I think the pushy thing is important if your tone is right. It gets, you start causing friction when you're interrogating them, right?
Yes.
So what you're doing now, the head nodding, the active listening, It is critical on the phone, guys. You gotta have active listening. This is the problem that people have with hiring Filipino cold callers, is they're so consistent, but they are just right here with their tone, right? So I think the tone is what is number one, right? And then if they're not gonna give it to you, throw something low at them. Okay, where would you need to be? You know what I mean? Don't be afraid to throw something low if you've asked, but don't just go off the bat. You know what I mean? So it's the toughest one. The longer you have those conversations, like you were saying, the better for you.
So it will be okay if I just go ahead and give the offer
Yeah,
right there.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And you can do a range.
Mhm.
You can do, you know what? And what I love doing is this. I don't say I can give you I can give you it. I say, you know what? We're buying homes in the area similar to yours for about 100 to 120,000. Is that kind of what you were thinking? Head nod. Right? No, I want 150. Oh, okay. And then you start going, right? So we're buying homes similar to yours in the area for this, as opposed to, hey, I'll give you 120. Now they've got it. They've got what they wanted from you, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
Awesome
you.
question. Thanks.
Hi, good morning.
Hey.
Are you actually a buyer as well, or
Yes.
more of a wholesaler? So would you be willing to share your list of cash buyers with everybody in the group?
In Phoenix?
Phoenix, any of the markets?
I mean, who here is in Phoenix? Okay, talk to me. Yeah, it's not a problem.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, you got it.
How you doing?
See what happens when you ask? Right. And you're in Tucson? No, you're in Tucson. Talk to Gage too, right there. Okay. Okay.
My question is, how I know you follow up is king and is very important. How many times would you contact a list before you move on? And the reason I'm asking is because I had a list that I developed, Driving for Dollars.
Yep.
And I called the list and I pulled a few leads the first time, and then I figured I'd go back and call the list again about a month later just to see if anything had changed.
Yep.
And like 4 properties on that same list had sold within that last time I contacted them.
Yep.
So how many times would you contact the list before you move on, and how often?
Great question. So cold calling, I go through a list no more than 3 times.
Okay.
Because what happens is my cold callers, I pay $20 an hour because they're Americans living in South America. So there's not a lot of opportunities for them. People, listen, if you hire phone prospectors that live in the continental US, they are soft and they are always looking for a better opportunity. So your average time with them is about 6 weeks. So if you go with somebody that lives abroad or some expatriates, they will last a lot longer. They're way more hungry and they are double the effectiveness. So yeah, I mean, anyway, so I only go through the list 3 times because what happens is the first time you go through the list, you get the most contacts. Second time, it's about 10 to 15% less contacts. Third time, it drops way off. So I don't want to be paying $20 an hour for them to talk to 2 people an hour.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's an efficiency thing. So, but if you're doing it yourself and it's a driving for dollars, the thing I love about driving for dollars is they have to sell at some point,
Right.
right?
Right.
They got 2 options. Sink a ton of money into it, which most of them don't have, or they have to sell to a cash buyer, which I love.
Right.
So stay with that. So 3 times. I would also say simultaneously, you need to be texting and cold calling at the same time. Don't worry about filtering the list, just go for it. And now it's so reasonable. I mean, there's companies that do an incredible job of text blasts.
Right. So would you try to contact them 3 times within the week or the month, or how often?
It just depends on how big the list is.
I got you.
And it depends on how many hours you're going.
Mhm.
So what you can look at is typically each address comes with like whatever, 10 numbers, right? When you skip trace it.
Right.
I only upload the first 3. 78% of the time, the first number is the right one. Okay. So that's the most likely. So I don't want to be going on all these old dead numbers and everything. So I only upload the first 3, and then you can call about 50 addresses an hour if you're using like a 3-line dialer. I don't suggest you do like go 10 lines. It burns through way too much data, and it trains you to expect no's because you get them no. So anyway, yeah. Does that answer it?
Yeah, I'm good. Appreciate
Awesome.
it.
So the 50 addresses an hour, just look at how many hours you have And then that's how many addresses you need to get so that you're fresh every single month. Does that make sense, everybody? Yeah?
So what are your top lead sources or lists that bring the biggest deals?
Driving for dollars for sure.
Okay.
So I upload everything into Deal Machine, and now we do it virtual. So I don't know if you guys have seen I did a YouTube video on virtual driving for dollars, and actually David, he hasn't released it yet, but he made a Google Chrome extension that just makes it super easy. You just click a button and it adds it to your Deal Machine, which is incredible. There's no cutting and pasting any of that. Vacant land in town
Okay.
is my second best. Nobody goes after it. And the thing about vacant land, guys, is they either want 10 times what it's worth or nothing. It's awesome. It's awesome. And they're like, hey, listen, you pay the back taxes, it's yours. What do you owe? $53. Great.
Yeah.
I've gotten more free lots. It's incredible. So that would be number 2, tired multifamily landlords.
Okay.
Those are really big deals because there's not a lot of inventory. A lot of highly paid professionals want that cash flow and they want the depreciation for their taxes. So they want multifamily.
Yep.
So those are the top 3.
Yeah, we killed it on land too. We made 166,000 on one deal.
Come
So,
on.
Yeah. So you're
Clap
right
for
about
this
land.
man.
160,000. Yeah. So
Let's
land.
go. Let's
What
go.
market?
Charlotte.
Awesome.
Yeah. Real
Charlotte's
quick.
incredible.
We got a piece of land for the back taxes, $500. We did a variance, made 84,000 on it. So you're right about the
That's
land.
it. Listen, yeah. Incredible. Yeah. Come on, titanium.
Can you share your bicep workout? No, I'm just kidding. What has been your biggest struggle as an investor?
Leadership. I didn't realize when you hire somebody that they really need you to lead them and that you have all the ownership is on you, right? Like you have their financial responsibility in your hands. So I've hired people too early and screwed it all up. You know what I mean? By hiring the wrong person, by not being a good enough leader. So I highly suggest when you do start scaling your business, you got to train on leadership. Get some leadership books, get some training, get some videos, get whatever. Just get that in and build that up before you start hiring people. So that's the toughest part. Disappointing people that I've hired.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Love you, man.
Thanks, brother. You're the best.
All right, guys, last question right here.
Hey, Brent, how's it
Hey.
going? So basically, I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
My first one is, how many times have you let's say you pre-qualify a seller and you go to acquisitions and you offer
Yep.
and they don't want to accept your offer.
Okay.
Basically, deal goes away.
Yep.
What do you say to a seller again? Like how many times do you follow up with them consistently, and what do you say when you do follow up when the deal doesn't work as far as numbers goes?
So it depends on the condition of the property.
Yep.
Okay. So some people are unrealistic.
Yep.
But if the condition is really rough, we stay on them forever.
Okay.
We'll touch them once a month. I mean, listen, guys, lead follow-up, 80% is text message and voicemails. You know what I mean? You only get them live about 20% of the time. So it takes 15 to 30 seconds. It takes no time at all. So if the condition is really rough, they have to do something at some point.
Yeah.
If it's kind of there, or it's like a landlord where the property's a little rough, but a little carpet and paint and they're good, then I'll just let that go. And I'll ask them if they have any other properties that need a lot of love.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So with the follow-up, if it's like no, and they're way off, or they want to go with somebody else, then they go with somebody else.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as far as my next question goes, gosh, I just blanked out right now. Basically, I asked that question because I went to an appointment one time, and it was in a prime area in my market, and I thought I locked it up at a pretty good price. I took investors in there, put it in a lockbox and everything like that. And basically, investors were like, I can't pay no more than $120 for it. So then we came back, we tried to price drop the seller, and he was like, there's no way I'm going to sell my house for $90,000. And I had it on the contract and everything. And then basically, the deal was basically dead at that point.
Right.
And I feel like if I call him back, right, because I found on PropStream, and it wasn't there before, but there's he's going to pre-foreclosure.
Uh-huh.
There's a mortgage on the property.
Yep.
So I'm just, what would you say to that seller in a situation like that where he needs to do something with
Hey,
that
I don't know
property?
if you knew this, but it popped up on my computer that the property's actually in pre-foreclosure. That's what I specialize in. I can really help you. There's a lot of different options. Like, have you tried to get a personal loan to take care of it? Yes, no. Have you tried, you know what I mean? Like different options to help them out, and then just, go from a servant standpoint, and then, and see if, as it gets closer to that foreclosure, they get more serious.
I just remember my question I was going to ask.
Yes.
For your cold callers.
Yes.
Do you have them when you pre-qualify them? Do you have them give them a low price so you'll know where their price is at as far as the Zillow goes, or do you have that more on the acquisition side where they?
It depends. With the new people, I have it all with my acquisition managers, and more, I am not giving them prices over the phone. I have some killers that have been with me like 3 years, so they know when to ask and when not to. So if they're in the flow and they're feeling like people are being open, they're going to go for it, and maybe throw something out. Maybe try to pull it out of them first, of course.
Gotcha.
So it really just depends on the experience. I would prefer, if you're going to hire somebody, getting going in this, that they give it to you and you give the offers.
So like a 2-step process then.
Yep.
Appreciate it, boss.
Yep.
Thank you.
Awesome. Guys, this is the best day of my life.
Wow. Come on, y'all. Nice. Put your hands together, y'all. Who else is there? Who's that lady?
Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Coronado. As you know, the host Elijah Rubin, I have been operating a wholesaling operation for the last 5 years with him, and together we've been specializing in niches, so probate, city violations, fire damage properties. And we have taken that to the next level where we're now teaching other investors how to target and how to profit from these properties that a lot of people just pass on. And we also have a mastermind. We're really passionate on personal development and leadership through our Young Millionaire Society. We've seen a lot of people go through our mastermind, program and really get massive results in their lives. So that is something that, wholesaling is a vehicle. Again, with these wonderful women, growing nonprofits and passion, wholesaling for us is a vehicle to fulfill a lot of our passions and our purpose. So, yeah.
Man.
Wow. Put your hands together. Put your hands together, y'all.
Jade, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Mic check, Jade Flores.
It's stuck.
She's frozen. So I don't know if y'all are seeing what I'm seeing here on the stage. This is a lot of power right here. Let's borrow the fact that they're even women. Let's just admire the power that we have on this panel right now, y'all. It's
y'all.
absolutely incredible. So I'm excited to dig a little bit deeper and get some insight from y'all, especially for the ladies. But guys, if you're a humble man, I think we can all recognize and acknowledge the fact that there's so much that all of us can learn from you ladies. So let me ask y'all this. What is one of the advantages of being a woman in this industry, namely real estate? Now, before you answer, I just want to give you some context. The reason why we're asking that is because I've often asked on my podcasts and just women in personal conversations, what are some of the disadvantages? But I realize I never have asked what are the advantages, and I know that there are some, so I'd like y'all's insight on that.
So, first of all, we talked about this earlier. Like, it's awesome that we're doing a women's panel, but like, let's move beyond the fact that we're women. Like, we think differently. Like, we don't wake up in the morning and saying, oh, we're going to do this because come on. Like, you don't see men's panels, right? Like, yes, it's incredible, especially in this niche and in this industry that, there are a lot of men and is men dominated, but we think differently. We just add something different to the table. Like the way our perspective on things, and so I feel like that is a huge advantage. But I also think that.
Hold on one second. Hey guys, if you're talking while the ladies are talking, please keep it down. People paid to be here, and we want to respect the fact that these women are on the panel right now. Please.
So, anyways, I was just saying that I just think that we think differently, and we add just a completely different perspective, and it's balance, and it's very much needed.
Okay, so, and I totally agree with you, Nicole. I think what worked for me specifically, which I think maybe has something to do with the fact that I'm a woman. I don't really think so, but The way that I really fell into real estate, obviously, who knows Donovan Ruffin? Anybody? Yeah. Okay. Well, you
Kind of a
know,
big deal. It's whatever though.
it's whatever though. So you know, he was doing massive marketing. He was doing bandit signs, and of course, I am Latina. I am Mexican, and we were getting a whole bunch of you know, Spanish-speaking leads. And so he would just ask me to, you know, basically answer the phone calls. I would have conversations with them, and I would lock up the deals. And honestly, it was like the ease. I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy crap, this is how you make money? Like, you literally like have a conversation, you find a common ground, make sure it works for you, make sure it works for me, and then, you know, you go and do your thing in the back end. But I was like literally so surprised. So basically what I did and how I found that I was good at real estate is I'm really good at having conversations with people, you know? And I mean, I don't know if that has anything to do with being a woman, but just being, yes, intuitive, listening, approachable, you know, take your investor hat off for a second and just be a person. Because on the other side of that phone is somebody that needs help and a solution. And that's your job. Your job is to find a solution. So, yeah.
That's powerful because I think a lot of people are under the assumption that it's more difficult for a woman who's negotiating and things like that. But she brought out a good point. I don't know if y'all caught that her ability to be able to connect with people was something that actually served as an advantage for her. I love that. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I think we're
Christina?
gonna have a lot of repetition, but the biggest thing is I'm not intimidating to you. If I knock on your door, you're not intimidated by me. If I call you, my voice sounds somewhat kind of sweet, unless you piss me off. Um, but that's the reality. And so if you are marketing, you need to be putting a girl's name on your marketing. Just off the bat. Do not put Mike, do not put Joe, you can put Christina, y'all can use my name, it's cool. With a K, make sure it's with the K. But those are the things, it just gets you in the door. And then once you have that intuition, you can really build rapport just because we are nurturing by nature. By nature, we want to help people and we want to impact the world. So really leveraging that. So this is gonna sound kind of weird, but everyone knows that I go to therapy. So if you are a guy, just tap into your feminine side, which sounds really weird for you guys, I know, whatever. I have a lot of masculine energy, and all of us do because we're alpha females. So really tap into that, like just nurture people. And those are the kind of things that really catapult your business, because you can connect with people on, instead of a transactional business, it's more relationship based because you are connecting with them. So yeah.
Okay, so I would say, I don't know if y'all know or realize this, if you don't know who we are, my partner is a male. He's a very powerful alpha male, and I am like a force to be reckoned with myself. So RJ Bates, you know, he's a bull in a china shop. I tell him every day. I would think that honestly, we played off of each other, just like these ladies are saying in the beginning. So to add to that, I've got to say the biggest thing for me, the biggest advantage is what everybody else thinks. I kind of just use it against them. People underestimate the power of females right off of the bat. And I know what I'm capable of. I know my superpower. So knowing that and putting it out there and understanding the dynamics of every situation that you're in and how to do that, I use that disadvantage that I'm automatically given and I flip it and use it as an advantage because people aren't expecting what they get from a female automatically in this industry when I walk into a room. And I don't see that as a negative thing. I've always used it as a positive thing. It gives me the ability, yeah, you gain that leverage, and it gives me the ability to make my path easier. So I'm down for that. You know, like I'm gonna take the shortest route to the goal, to the end goal. So I would say that's always been one of the biggest advantages that I've had. I have never really seen it as a disadvantage in this industry. The only disadvantage that I have ever seen as a female is I don't like me or any of the women in my company to be going on appointments alone.
Good point.
That's
Very,
it.
very good point.
Everything else, I turn it into an advantage in my mind And a lot of that has to do with my partner too, because when we first started, we were in contracting, and so all of our crews, everybody expected my partner to be the person that knew more about it, and I was actually the other way around. I ran it more, and they'd always go to him to talk to him, and I'm like, hold up, I'm the one that answers this question, and he's like, talk to the boss, you know? And so that I could think that kind of trained me and trained my mind. So your perception and how you see it, it's not really so much about what everybody else out there in the world, and this goes for the fellas in the room, right? Because like my partner is the same way. We're the same way. Just because we're different genders doesn't mean anything. We always reframe it and turn it into, I'm going to use this to propel me and push me forward, or I'm going to let it get to me and bother me. So I would say just turn it all into an advantage. Shortest route to the goal.
Nice. Jennifer?
Love it. Okay. So yes, I love what you guys are all saying. It's very true. Women, yes. So women definitely have, there's a difference. I mean, we're not gonna lie up here and say that we don't have, there isn't an advantage. And it wasn't until I think I realized that I started using it as leverage, right? We all have our own genius. We all have something that we bring that's unique. And so as a woman, we get to use that in this industry just like anywhere else, right? Some people see the disadvantages, but when you focus on your advantages, that's what you're gonna be able to produce more of. I personally,
Nugget.
I personally just being with, in the industry, especially when there wasn't any women, I didn't see other women, so I didn't know what to think of women in the industry. It was literally just me. And when I first started, right? So because of that, I didn't see myself as different as a man. So I felt that I had to do the same work. I had to learn the same things. And when people say like, as a woman, I'm like, I'm doing just what you're doing, except I just, I wear heels, right? I mean, right? So at the end of the day, I feel that as a woman, you can't go step into a room and, a lot of times men don't know how to approach you. And so that's when I make sure that I am approachable and that more importantly, I'm looking at it from all different sides. So what's in it for you? How do we interact? What do I have value to bring to the table? And the same with sellers. I mean, at the end of the day, we're doing business and we're here to contribute and to add value.
Beautiful, beautiful. So I think this can be polarizing because, when you're looking at a panel of power women like this, it can do one of two things. It can either inspire you or it can intimidate you, right? And so that's on you, right? That's on you. So I want all of you who are in the room to take that same approach. I love it, right? Some people only look at the hole in the donut. Why not look at the rest? Jade, can you hear me? Miss Jade Flores.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can give a 30-second presentation about who you are and what you do so the audience can hear you.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. So I apologize for the no makeup, bun in my hair kind of look going on. I am in Houston right now for a gymnastics competition, and so I'm bumming it. So I apologize for the lazy appearance, but my name is Jade Flores. I'm with Longhorn Investments, and we are a hard money lender here. I manage San Antonio, Austin, and Corpus, and I'm also an investor. So we flip homes, we have rental properties, we've done Airbnb, we do some owner finance stuff, so do a little bit of everything. So I'm here to, advise how I can and answer as many questions as I can. And
Awesome. Thank you, Jade.
fellow women.
All
Can
right,
you hear
all
me?
right. Yes, thank you. We appreciate you.
You're welcome.
All right, so that it's a good transition into the next question that we have because the question was.
Aaron, there?
Yes.
Okay, I think I'm getting a little bit of a lag here.
Okay, yeah, I have to mute my phone
because there's a little feedback.
Okay, alrighty. Well, yeah, that's pretty much the sum of what I do.
Awesome. All right, I'm gonna unmute my phone whenever we get to the next question.
Okay.
So it's a good transition because here's a question that I've gotten a lot in the industry, or I've picked up on it with a lot of the women that I've spoken to, and that's in regards to leadership, right? A lot of times when you hear people talk about leadership, the authorities on leadership, the majority of them are men, which can bring on this connotation that leadership is a man's role. So what's y'all's thought on that? Is it more difficult for a woman to be a leader in their company, in their department, in their role than it is a man? If so, how do you overcome that?
So when I first got in the business, I was 21 years old and no experience and a woman and all of that. And for me, you know, I'm an agent, a real estate agent, and I was working in foreclosures and things like that. And the reason why I say that is because being so young, I had so many things that were working against me. I was young. And like, who is this kid? Like, what does she think that, you know, she's talking about? And especially when I started really masterminding, it was all men, right? And that's the same, if even more, in the investor world. And so for me, I very much kept my head down and learned my craft and became the best at it. And then it was no longer like this barrier. And I mean, there are still times that I will show up with men on a high level and they're like, and then I open my mouth and they're like, oh, okay. So I feel like that's all a mental thing. I mean, yes, I'm sure there is people that are like, oh, that's so cute, you know, type of thing. But I just show up.
Let me ask you this: how do you become the best in your niche? What principle could you share with us?
So it's a very simple concept. You take action, right? These conferences are fantastic. But if you leave here this weekend and that's all that was, oh, I saw this person, I took this picture, I did this, you have wasted your money. You have wasted your time. When I go to these conferences and I either speak or attend or whatever, I go and I just have a conversation. Like what you said was so powerful that like you'll end up learning more from the people sitting next to you sometimes than the people on the panel. That's how powerful it is. I'll be backstage and I'll talk to someone and they'll say, oh, I did this. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I'm texting my operations manager, like, we need to implement this. Like, that's the point. So if you're here for any other reason, you wasted your time. Like, this is where you grow. You are in an environment with like-minded individuals. This is where you grow, whether they're men or women. And so you want to be the best at it, you have to do it. We can learn. I think there's so many people that are professional students and they just love learning and they're so hesitant to take action. So I didn't teach classes. I didn't speak. I wasn't on social media in the sense of like trying to give advice because I know everyone with the camera is trying. I was actually doing it. And hundreds of transactions later was like, okay, I think I know what I'm doing. So I'm going to go in that room and I can confidently say, nope, this is what you need to do in this. And so I just showed up. I showed up for myself. I showed up for my company. And then you can't say anything. So it was no longer this like, oh, like I'm like, okay, let's get past this. Let's talk business. Because I don't see myself as, oh my gosh, I'm this single mom and whatever. No, I own a national company. We have 146 listings right now. I have 11 employees, and I know that because I just paid payroll. Like, and so, I mean, seriously, can we get an amen? But that's my point. That's how I see myself. So if you see yourself in any other way, whether you're a different race or your gender or whatever, that's a you thing. Because I've never seen me not as qualified. I mean, I still go up to people and I'm like, hey, how are you? Like, I'm Nicole. Like, I don't see myself above anything else. I'm always learning and I'm always growing. So the best advice that you can get is to do it. Learn. Be a student at all times. We are always learning. We are always masterminding. We're always trying to be better. So that's my answer.
I love it. I love it. I love it. This panel right now is eliminating excuses. It's a beautiful thing. And you know what else I thought was really cool? Seeing y'all masterminding together afterward. That's really cool to see that much alpha in one circle, just masterminding and that energy. So do y'all have any thoughts on that? Leadership, or does she cover it?
I was gonna say,
Honestly, I just want to say something before I give you the mic. I definitely think leadership comes with experience and self-development as well. I think whenever, and I'm pretty sure I'm the least experienced in real estate. How long have you been in real estate?
10 years.
5 this year. 6, 7. Jennifer, how long?
6.
Okay, so I've been in real estate for a year and a half. Have I had massive results? Absolutely. Do I still learn every single day? Absolutely.
Hold up, y'all.
Like,
Can we get a round of applause for that? That's crazy. That's crazy.
but you got to take the action. It's so true what Nicole said. I mean, it's so easy to come to the conferences and sit down and you're nice and cozy and you're like, I'm going to do all these things, and then you get home and you're like, yeah, I don't know, I kind of don't want to call today. So it's a little uncomfortable. They might say no. Well, no shit. I mean, it's a numbers game, right? Remember that. So, but another thing that really impacted me, and Jennifer knows this, I think whenever I started dwelling in the real estate world, it really made a big difference for me to meet other women in the business. One of the first ones was Jennifer. And I was like, I was like, I know I can do this, but also I wish I could share the experience with someone that kind of like looks like me and kind of thinks like me. She's Latina. It's a woman, obviously. And so, just having that support system that it doesn't have to be someone that is obviously, your same race or your same sex, but it was really inspiring for me to meet her and for me to kind of be like, oh, you've been doing this. She's like, yeah, I've been doing this for a long time. I'm like, oh, okay. Then it makes it like, it's almost like you parallel yourself, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna go through hardships. And I call her all the time, and I'm like, dang, I'm having a bad week. Like, I'm going through some shit. It's not all closings and HUDs and stuff like that. So I think just meeting other people, other women, now I know all of them. Jamie Woolley was another big one for me, has been really impactful for me.
That's a nugget right there. Having an accountability partner. I love it. And it does help if you can resonate with somebody and associate yourself with somebody. I love that.
Okay. I just wanted to say something about leadership. So I run my entire organization. There's only one person at the top of my organization, but how I run my company is very, very different. So I have an intern. She just moved here from Austria to work for me. And she's like, wow, you like don't have a stick up your ass. And I was like, yeah, I don't. Like, and the reason why she said that is because people run businesses with taking the emotional aspect out of it, and they just want numbers, and that's all they want, and that's all you want to talk about. So like my level 10 meetings, we start with something good. Let's go through personal things that are good, business things that are good. Like I do not want to take the human aspect out of this business, and you shouldn't either. Especially when it comes to leadership, like people connect with you, like they want to work with you. They want to support you, and no one works for me. They work with me. I'm not, that's the way the company's structured, but that's not the way I run it.
I love it. I love it.
So I would say we're actually touching on leadership in our presentation later. I expect all of you here. But I would say that my short answer to this is just grow 1% as a leader every day, and we are going to cover that in our presentation. And then the other thing that I would say is I do think that is naturally, like women are born with a little bit more of an advantage on emotional intelligence. And I think so much of business and leadership revolves around emotional intelligence and psychology, how you deal with people, how you interact, the dynamics you built within your company. I love what Christina said. That's very much how you'll see later also that we're very much, we treat it like we're a family, we're a team. That's just how our mindsets are. And so I think as a leader, when it comes to being a leader in your own life, and when it comes to being a leader if you have a team, or if you just have a partner, or being a leader in your everyday interactions, even if you're a one-man show and you're dealing with all these other people, you still have to be a leader in your own life and outwardly to them. And so I think it's just important to be constantly growing as a leader. I mean, it's kind of a little bit repetitive, but that is like a core value of ours, is to just constantly be going and being in competition, which I know you'll love. You're being in competition with yourself from yesterday. You know, being in competition with each other and in good spirits. So
That's good. I love it. I love it.
Absolutely. And in talking about leadership, a book that I read was How to Lead When You're Not in Charge. And that book changed my mindset on leadership because many people think leadership is a title. Like, I could care less about a title. We can change our titles every day, and it doesn't make a difference in the results that we're bringing to the company and the contribution that we're creating in other people's lives. And at the end of the day, women, I do feel that we do have a nurturing ability that's naturally given to us to care for. And when you think about, I'm a mother of a 9-year-old, and having to think of like so many different things in one day of that matter to her, and to think outside of myself is a skill set. And so when you think about running an organization, or especially a wholesale operation, you have to think outside of yourself all day long. You have to think about a lot of moving pieces, and there's a lot of emotions because there's a lot of people, and this is a people's business. And so building relationships is going to build your business. So your business is going to be way more powerful because of the relationships that you have than any marketing or any CRM or anything that you can possibly implement, because the relationships are going to be able to bring a lot of that, right? So as you know, we have a lot of great relationships that we can now collaborate with. And one of the first events and momentum events that we did, there was only a few women there, and when I seen women wholesalers, I was like, hold up. Like, we are going to get together because you're rare, and putting a mastermind together, we're able to collaborate. We're able to, send out different marketing campaigns. We're sharing everything with each other. And so it's about building relationships. So if you want to have a successful wholesale operation, you're going to want to have some women that are able to also come together and network with other women, as well as be in leadership positions, because they're going to care about your people, and they're going to put that extra mile in, as well as bring in that woman touch of being able to care for a lot of different things at the same time, and a lot of people and emotional IQ.
Man, they're up here preaching, y'all. They're preaching. I'm curious how many women in the audience view themselves, whether it's in their family, in their role, or their department, as leaders. Can you make some noise? Interesting. Very, very interesting. I gotta ask Jay. I gotta ask Jay this question. Jay, can you hear me? Jay, can you hear me?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to take you off of speaker so that it doesn't have any reverb. Does that sound better?
Yeah, that sounds a lot better. So here's the question, all right?
Okay.
As a woman, do you feel like leadership is more of a challenge, or do you feel like there's advantages?
That's a good question. I feel like I come in contact with both. I think in terms of leadership, it's a little bit more difficult with this specific industry, just for the fact that it's primarily men. And I, in my profession, I deal with a lot of older men that are looking to flip homes. So being a young female, in the position that I'm in, it's a little bit harder to have that leadership role, just for the sake of seemingly seeming that you're qualified. So I struggle with that a little bit, just with this specific industry. I think it also has its advantages, though. I feel like women, we have a lot of characteristics that men just don't have, that we can utilize to our benefit. We're very instinctual. We're able to understand things on an emotional level that most men are not able to. And so I feel like if we utilize that to our benefit, we can, have that advantage. But at the same time, I feel like being as a woman in general, you definitely come into contact with the hardship of the leadership position. So just something you got to press through every single day and just remind people of your value.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Jay. And I gotta.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
I gotta say, I myself appreciate, my business wouldn't be where it is if Annalise wasn't in my business, because, give her a round of applause.
Go, Annalise.
And I really mean that, because sometimes as guys we tend to take a a higher perspective view, but because of that, we miss a lot of details that are very, very important. Whether
Yep.
whether it comes from, did you notice the way that person did this whenever you talk to them? Did you notice the way they looked? You know, did you notice this? Did you catch this little detail? Those little nuances in business and interactions and relationships can make the difference between getting a deal or not. You know, and so I love the fact that y'all are empowering these ladies here, because it's a mirror. Y'all are a mirror right now, and it's a good opportunity for everybody to do some self-reflection. So let me ask y'all this: as women that I look up to in business and really appreciate. Nicole, we've had many masterminds, and you've helped me a lot. We've made some of our decisions in business based on some of your advice. I want to ask y'all, what are some of y'all's success routines? Because y'all didn't get where y'all are now happenstance, right? This was not accidental why y'all are on this stage. So what are some of your either daily or weekly success routines that y'all do that others might be able to implement?
Yeah, well, we're big on success routines. If you follow Elijah, you see that he shares a lot of what we do. I'm doing it, he's sharing it. So we do what we like to call guaranteed threes. And so mine vary, and I actually do a little, I like to switch mine up. However, it can be anything from a meditation to reading for 10 minutes, even if it's just like I'm drinking a glass of water. The idea behind it is to create momentum. So even if I'm running behind, or there's a day where there's a lot going on, I like to at least say, hey, this is one way that I can take control of my day, so that it doesn't just start feeling overwhelming and there's calls and everything's happening to me. I start doing these 3 things, because then I can say, okay, I'm in control. And yeah, and so then, and a big one is affirmations. That's definitely one that we do every week, every day. Number 1 for ourselves, number 2 to set an example for everyone else of what we allow, what we attract into our lives.
Powerful. So before we move on, when do you do that? So that the guaranteed 3, the affirmations, the meditation, when do you do that in the middle of the day, at the end of the day, or at the beginning, and typically what time?
So usually every morning, and we were definitely 5 a.m.ers for a long time. However, again, everything changes, and for me, managing my energy levels has been something I've realized lately. And so because I'll go to sleep a little bit later now, I'm actually sleeping more so that I can manage my energy. And so I will do it around 7 a.m. and usually before we get any work done. The affirmations we do sometimes midday, or we even do them twice so we could do them with our team.
Powerful. Guys, I hope y'all are taking notes on this. Is such high level talk right here. I love it. Nicole?
Come on, two claps for that. All right, yeah.
So I love what you said. Definitely affirmations every single day. We were actually
Really
just
quick,
talking about
really
this.
quick, Nicole. Can you just explain? Does everybody in here know what affirmation? Is there anybody who doesn't know what an affirmation is?
Raise your hand if you don't know what an affirmation is. What?
Real
what?
quick, Elijah, show what an affirmation
Whoa,
is.
well,
Real quick,
well,
real
all
quick.
right. A quick one.
Real quick,
Oh, you
real
do a
quick.
real quick
Do it.
one.
Do it.
Okay, I do not want to cut your time. All right, cool. You want to do it with me? Yeah, will you pass the mic real quick? Real quick. We'll do just one of them. All right, y'all ready? I promise myself to be so strong that nothing can disturb my peace of mind, to talk health, happiness, and prosperity to every person I meet, to make all my friends feel like there's something worthwhile in them, to look at the sunny side of everything and make my optimism come true, to think only of the best, to work only for the best, to expect only the best, to be just as enthusiastic about the success of others as I am about my own, to forget the mistakes of the past, to press on the great achievements of the future, to wear cheerful expression at all times and give a smile to every living creature I meet, to give so much time to prove myself that I have no time
left to criticize others.
I can let you lit. I can let you lit. You good? To be just enthusiastic about the success as I am my own. To forget the mistakes of the past and live in faith that the whole world's on my side. So as long as I'm true, to be the best in me. Let's go. Let me get it.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I love it. I love it. So I just wanted everybody to understand what an affirmation is.
First of all, can you guys come to my office? Like, you're hired.
He's for hire.
You're hired. I love it. I love the energy. So on this journey of the last 10 years, the last couple years, I have spent more time on personal development than I've actually done on my business. And we are doing 3 times the amount of volume.
Nugget. Wait, say that one more, please, Nicole. Say that one more time. That's so deep, y'all.
So I've done more work on my personal development as a leader, as an individual, as every role that I am in my life than on my actual business. And we are doing 3 times more than we ever have in my entire career.
Come on, y'all. Yo, come on, Abby. 2 claps for her.
And it's because a lot of times we get into this business and we are hustlers, right? Like if you're not, then you're not doing business, right? We're salespeople. So what is the first thought? Get it done. Get the next deal, right? You're only one deal away. All of everything that you can say. But what we don't talk about on a high level enough is your mental health, your mindset, right? So how many times do you go to these things, you're like, mindset, and you're like, okay, I've already heard this. Like, no, actually listen, because it's all in here. And if I can't lead effectively, if I can't communicate effectively, we're not going to be successful, because your organization is only as great as you. And so for me, I am a salesperson by nature. So I'm keeping my head down, just trying to get shit done. And I'm realizing that because I wasn't pouring into the people in my organization and into myself, and I was so burnt out that I was like, that's why we're not growing. Because they were doing the same thing I was doing, this chaos, right? Like it's this business, we're creating it. We're entrepreneurs. So if we're building our own structure and we build it on chaos and stress and hustle, you can't sustain it. So when I started masterminding on a high level, I realized that I was more attracted to people that, for me, real success was not, I'm working 24/7. That was not success. Real success was, I only worked 30 hours this week. My team's doing what they're supposed to. They're feeling enabled in their positions. I'm spending time with my family. I have my health. That was what I was chasing. So the last couple years, and there's no coincidence that our business has skyrocketed, because I'm more balanced. So now I'm not coming from a place of chaos. So to answer your question, because that was a really long explanation, but to answer your question, my mental health is my priority. So, and let's like really talk about.
Show love. You can show love for that.
Like, let's really talk about that.
therapy.
Let's talk about it.
So
go ahead.
So her and I
You
have
about
talked a lot about therapy. So I'm super, super duper passionate. If you do not have, and most of you don't, so let me just say, you don't have someone in your life that you could just dump everything on. And you shouldn't dump everything on your wife. You shouldn't dump everything on your husband. You shouldn't dump everything on your employees. So get you someone.
Especially not employees.
Right.
It doesn't
Definitely
last.
don't do that. So get someone in your corner, right? I don't actually like traditional therapy. I call it couch therapy. First of all, so I can talk, right, really easily, but it's your subconscious mind that we really need to tap into. It's your subconscious mind that controls all of your daily habits. It's your subconscious mind that allows you to make decisions without even thinking. And that will be the difference between growing 3 times or staying exactly where you are when you leave here. So I would like to give you a gift. I'm just kidding. So I would love to share my spiritual healer with you guys. She is on Instagram. Her name is Mindset Slayer on Instagram. I would encourage you to get a session with her. It'll literally change your life. There are multiple people in this room that have had a session with her, and their lives have changed just because of clarity. All you need is someone to say you're on the right path, and it has to be an outside source. She's gonna tell you things that only you know, and it is gonna blow your mind. It's Mindset Slayer on Instagram. She's amazing. Her name's Tisha. But that is probably next time you guys see me and you talk to her, please message me if you guys have a session with her, because I want to know how highly like your life has been impacted by just 1 hour with this woman, to show you that you are on the right path, that everything that you have is within you, that you can really turn any situation, whether you haven't grown past your inner child, to really being successful in this business, because it's a people business and you need to be whole in order to impact other people.
That's deep.
Absolutely. Well, I was just going to say really quick that as part of my routine, it was taking an hour for myself every day. So it started with meditation. And so for me, I was like, okay, this sounds like really hippie and I mean, honestly, I'm from Florida. Yeah, like I'm not down for this, right? But what I realized is like when I was talking to these people that were doing business on a high level, that they were like, no, it's literally about stopping and being present and really understanding like the best gift you can give is being present in the moment with the person that you're with. Like I truly don't believe in balance. Like I don't think there's work-life balance. I think it translates, but what I can do for you is be present and not be on my phone, engage in our conversation, but when I'm with someone else, it goes the same way. And so for me, it was understanding that because I was stressing myself out so much. Like I'm with my kids, but then all I'm thinking about is work. And then I'm at work and all I'm thinking about is the guilt of not being with my kids. And then it was like, no, like I'm building this empire. And then right here, I'm a mom. So all of this can wait. And understanding that even though I've got all of this going on, I needed to take that 1 hour a day because nothing is going to crash and burn. It is okay. And it was not about losing weight, even though I lost weight, it was mental. And so for me, it's running now. Before it was meditating. So whatever that outlet is for you, you find that time because you may think that you don't have it, but what you don't have is it's not going to be sustainable if you're burnt out. Because I would
So-
go like this all the time.
What's really crazy to me is I found the way to actually achieve that because I always try to do it that way. The way that I actually grew in this area was simplifying it to, I read like Sean Whalen's book and I would always try to do that. Like it's called
Which
Make
book is
Shit
that?
Happen. How to Make Shit Happen. I don't know if you heard that first part. But he talks about like your core 4 values, the things that basically like, I need to keep my cup full. I need to keep my battery charged. I need to hit these things in my life. And so simplifying it down to that, instead of just saying I need to grow personally, I need to be mentally healthy, I need to take an hour for me at this time every day, instead of trying to fit it into like a really specific box, fitting it into the 4 categories of your life, your personal relationships, I mean, y'all can read it. I won't talk about it for forever. That was like really the thing that made the difference for me and changing my routines to something that worked for me, because I think what works for one person doesn't necessarily work for another. And I found that within the people within my business as well, is trying to get them on time management things like that, where they're feeding all the different areas of their life. So I think that one of the most, to answer your original question, the most important thing you can do is create a plan for yourself that works for you.
Yeah.
You may not be the kind of person that like loves to, do it a specific way. You might be a couch therapy person. You might be a person that likes to do yoga or meditate. Like I like to stretch, like that's my time where I'm just like, I don't think about anything else. Like it's such a random thing, but make sure you're hitting the core values in your life, the core areas of your life, your personal relationships, your business, all these things. Read Sean Whalen's book. It's a quick read. You'll love it. And hit those things, and that's how you create your plan for yourself.
We're running low on time, but check this out. Here's what's interesting to me. The things that they just said that were their success habits, how many of these things cost a whole crap ton of money? How many of these things take a whole lot of time, right? You're talking about taking 30 minutes or an hour for yourself, outlining a game plan for yourself to take care of you. Powerful, powerful, powerful. So we got a couple minutes on time. Let's do this. Ms. J. Flores, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
We got like 20 seconds. What is one of your success habits that you do daily and or weekly?
Time blocking. Every single day, I set up what I need to do for the day, and I prioritize accordingly. So the items that are in the highest priority go on top. The items that I know I need to get done that day go middle. And the items that I hopefully can finish will go on the bottom. And I work my way through all the way down. That way I don't get too distracted.
Nuggets. I love that.
I want to add something. Okay, so I was literally going to say, if you don't have the money to, invest in yourself yet, right, because you will, in therapy, it's literally as simple as you need to plan. All you need is a piece of paper, a pen, or invest in a book, or do both. That's literally it. Because if you don't plan, then like you're not gonna run your day. Your day is gonna run you. And this is real estate. Things always happen. It's not always going to be exactly, at 12 I'm gonna do this, and then at 12:30, things always happen, but at least you have a blueprint of, okay, I got to make sure I get all these things done, right? And realistically, right? And when one thing blows up and it takes 4 hours instead of, the 30 minutes that you thought it was going to take, at least you have your blueprint once you're done with that. And I think what Jade said is really good, prioritizing. Just, and it keeps you at a good energy and it doesn't overwhelm you. You're not hit
I
with
love it.
surprises.
So let's do this to close out for everybody in the audience that y'all see here that spent their time, money, energy, resources to be here. You have 30 seconds to share something with them in closing remarks for this business and or in life.
So, I think I said a little bit earlier that if you don't get anything from this conference, you're going to hear a lot of awesome dynamic speakers, and you're going to see a trend with every single one of them. And it's taking action. It's applying the knowledge that you get out of this conference. But most importantly, it's really getting over ourselves, because half of the things that you asked were all in our head, right? What's stopping you from moving the needle in your business? What's stopping you from growing a team, whatever. But in order to do that, you have to be clear about really what you want. Because Cassie said earlier, I had to do what was good for me. And that, I think, we can apply to every aspect of our business. Like, I don't want the same business as these ladies because I'm doing my thing. And I've customized it to me. And I had this lady last night ask me, she's like, everybody's doing it. Everybody's wholesaling. Everybody's an agent. And I'm like, well, that's your problem, because you're thinking like everybody's doing it, so there's no room for me. But you have something that's unique to you, with whatever background, with whatever set of a skill set that you have, that you can apply and make your own. So whatever you think is what it is. So if you think that there's not enough, there's not enough, because you're not going to look for it.
I love it. I love it.
So, and follow me on Instagram, Nicole Espinosa, and YouTube.
Make sure to come up to these ladies and talk to them. All right, you got 20 seconds.
Let's go.
Okay, the one thing I will say is just honestly, it really is the most important thing. Meet great people, stay in touch with them, create accountability groups. Like that, more than anything, has given me so much. Like even when you're going through hard times, you find accountability with someone and you push through and you push through. But also just do it. Just know that there's going to be rejection, and it's not all about just getting to the closing table and there's the HUD. Like that's not the job. You don't just show up and get paid. You have to go through the hurdles
3
of
seconds.
what real estate is. And so just get out there, do the work, call a whole bunch of people, and close some deals.
Hit us with a gem. Hit us with a gem. 20 seconds, Christina.
All right, so my thing is I'm going to encourage you to set some core values. You only need 4 of them. Mine are responsibility, joy, accountability, and impact. So those are the things I filter absolutely everything through those core values. If it doesn't meet them, I don't do it. So I'm just going to encourage you to do that for yourself, for your life, for your business.
Nugget.
So since Christina took mine, no, I'm just kidding. I'm all about
abundance.
So I'm going to go ahead and say that because my partner said this about me is my superpower. I put my heart in everything that I do. And whether it's your heart or your work, I put all of myself. If I'm going to choose to spend my time on something, I'm going to be 1,000% there for it. And I'm not going to stop until I achieve it. And then I would say that the second thing is, for me, that was like a really, really big me thing. Recognize that every second you spend on this planet and every minute you spend on this planet is your time here, and you choose how you spend it and you choose how you use it. And that recognizing that and being mindful of that is the thing I constantly choose. What do I put my energy into? How am I spending my time here? And is it bringing myself or others value?
Good. I love it.
Wow.
All right, Jennifer.
Amazing. Okay, so I want to just touch again on the morning routine, right? Creating a success habit for you is going to take you further in life because you're going to be able to instill that habit, that automatic you go, which is going to be a big driver for every single day. And number two, I really want to just touch base on relationships, building relationships in this business and with your employees that are withstanding the core values in your life. In alignment with you are going to take you so much further. Elijah definitely introduced like the power of relationships. So guys, the people that are in here, mastermind, network, connect, follow up, follow each other on Instagram because you're going to learn so much from each other. It's going to blow your mind.
All right, Ms. Wade, you're gonna take it home. All right, we need your closing thoughts, 30 seconds closing remarks for the audience tuning in.
She's thinking about it.
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
All right.
I'm sorry, my phone
Sister
overheated.
Scars.
I'm in the car and it shut off on me. So
30 seconds closing remarks for the audience.
That's Jim.
30-second closing remarks with hearing absolutely none of the other panelists and have no idea what's going on. I guess my advice to women out there is just to have a clear set goal as to what you want, for yourself and for your business. I personally do a 5-year goal, and I set them all very clearly. That way I can achieve each one. Especially to new investors, don't allow yourself to feel like you're incapable of accomplishing something. I know that as moms, it's extra hard because we're constantly on the go. Like I'm literally in the parking lot of a gymnastics center right now, and I'm trying to juggle this and being here and having my team there to be able to represent Longhorn. So it is hard, but my biggest piece of advice is to just not give up and find people that will support you and get a team together that you can trust and grow with. So cheers. I'm all about women and hope you guys win. You're
Guys,
welcome.
I think all of us can agree that we have some power in the building, and I hope that especially for you ladies that this interview helped you to reflect on who you are, even if you yourself don't find that you have these limiting beliefs that we discussed overcoming. A lot of us do have challenges that we do have to overcome, and to see the level of power represented here, guys, take advantage of the opportunity to just link with these women, network with them, get their information, follow them on their social platforms, and women, we're so honored and privileged to have you.
Come on, y'all. Put your hands together. Come on, stand up for these ladies. Stand up for these ladies. Come on, y'all. Come on. Get a quick photo. Get a quick photo. Wow. Mark this moment, y'all. Mark this moment. The game's changing.
History in the making.
Yep. All right, so we're about to get ready about to go for lunch here. So what we want to do for VIP, lunch is in the something room. Hold on one second. I'll tell you. It's on location here. What room is it in? The lunch? Okay. Oh, you know what?
I'm trying to tell you. There you go.
Boom.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. What's up, everybody? Yo, that was fire. Come on, give a round of applause to our ladies. My good friend Jade, she was gonna be on this panel sitting with them, and we thought, how cool would it be if she was a Star Wars hologram, right? That just popped up and shit and was still on the stage. So we didn't remove her because I think that's the definition of a woman in this industry, right? Someone who's willing to get it done even on the go. I'm a dad, right? A lot of people here, they're parents as well, right? We love our kids. We're gonna do whatever we can to make them happy. That's what happens when you walk with purpose. So guys, just a couple of things. We have a few giveaways that are gonna be happening during this event. And I think everybody who got a ticket and got their lanyard, there should be some form of raffle ticket inside of that. We're gonna be doing multiple giveaways, not right now, at the end of the day, okay? Not right now. But just to give you guys an idea, PropStream has offered 1 full year of a free subscription to be able to pull 10,000 leads.
A whole year.
Run comps, a million different things, right?
Okay.
Deal Machine offered 1 full year free of using their app as
Deal
well.
Machine. Drive for dollars.
My homeboy Steven, who's here with Empower Solutions, he offered if you got 10,000 leads, he'll skip trace them for free.
Dang, 10,000
There's so many. I think someone's giving away a TV, a cruise. I might give y'all a hug.
Hey.
You know what I'm saying? So guys, thank y'all so much. It's lunchtime. We're gonna have about an hour and about 10 minutes tops of just a breakout session. If you're a VIP, meet me in the Live Oak Ballroom. I'm catering to you guys for dinner. It's gonna be a 3-course meal. For everybody else, guys, I got my good friend here. He pulled up. He sells barbecue and mini tacos. He should be outside set up. If not, guys, y'all are in a shopping center. There's a million different things, man. So let's get that energy going, baby. Let's get up for lunch.
1 o'clock, back
Let's
by
go.
1 o'clock.
It's like one of those microphones I have to like put it right in front of my mouth.
Hey.
That's what she said. No, I'm just kidding. What's up, everybody?
What
You guys
up?
We have coffee in the back. Do we need to stand up and do jumping jacks? No. I know I have to poop. What about you guys? Oh, don't all rush to the bathroom at the same time. But anyways, my name is Donovan Ruffin. I'm based out of Dallas, Texas. I grew up in Ohio. Let's see, born and raised in Oregon, Ohio. I grew up in a single parent background. Anybody had like a single parent growing up?
Okay.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Can relate with some of you guys. I was actually 1 out of 5 minorities in high school before I actually moved to Texas. I grew up in a very small country town in Ohio. Anybody from the country? OH. I come from like the farmlands, like the sticks, like the closest Walmart, like it was like an hour away. How far is Walmart from you? That's how you can tell how country you live. No, I'm serious. It's just like the further away Walmart is from you, the country it is. For some reason, Walmart has like a statistics like, hey, if there's a lot of people, let's stick a Walmart, which is very interesting. Let's see, I started buying and selling stuff when I was 13. Coming from a single parent background, we didn't really have a lot of money growing up. It's weird how that works, but that's kind of what happened. My mom had to work all the time. So I was one of the poor kids in school, and I didn't like being the poor kid. So I found creative ways to make money buying and selling stuff from friends at school. Like I would literally buy like an Xbox on one side of the classroom and sell it on the other side of the classroom. I don't know if there's anybody in here that used to do that. No. But yeah, I was that kid always selling something at school. And then the internet came out, or my mom actually let me use the internet. Anybody had parents that didn't let you use the internet? It was like the death. Yeah, it's like you're gonna die if you use the internet. I'm like, Mom, you're crazy. Like, I shit you not. Like, she was so terrified of the internet, like I was gonna get sucked into like some hole and never come back. I think that's kind of what happened, now we're like sucked into social media. She saw that way before social media even came out. She's like a genie. Any other genies in the room? See the future? I can see my future. What about you? No. See, I started working at 14, working for family, friends, and stuff like that. I love sports. Anybody love sports? Yeah. I moved to Texas at 16, so I was actually a problem child. I was like the middle child, so I was always getting into trouble. Me and my mom didn't really correlate all the time. We'd always get into arguments. I'd like run away from the house for like a week and come back because I was hungry. I was that kid. She would like stick me in the basement, and it was like a punishment, and I like renovated the basement and made it like a bachelor pad, and she was like pissed, and she made me move back upstairs, and I'm like, what the hell? Like, you pushed me in the basement, so it is what it is. But yeah, so I was getting in trouble, and she sent me to live with my dad in Texas, and I just stayed, which was actually a blessing in disguise. She said I needed like male leadership in my life, which was weird. Yeah, it was really weird. Let's see. Yeah, so I used to work at Taco Bell when I was in high school. I actually had to one of the reasons why I had to find ways to make money in high school is I used to get free lunches. Anybody used to get free lunches? Yeah, I was like the kid. I was like, free lunches every day. Like, it was the best thing ever. Didn't have to like stress about somebody stealing my lunch money. Anybody got their lunch money stole from them before? Oh, come on. It's okay. Yeah, you couldn't steal my lunch money because I didn't have any. So I was like, yeah. But yeah, I was eventually got to a point where my mom was working so much, she was making actually good money at a certain point when I was growing up, where they discontinued free lunches. So I used to like go to school starving, and I didn't have any money. You know what I mean? So I had to like find ways to find lunch money just because my mom wasn't giving it to me. You know, she didn't really have it. So I think that, I mean, there's a lot of things that happened throughout my childhood that really, you know, put me in tough situations to have me like figure things out just like out of sense of survival. Um, and it continued and continued just because I was a bad kid. Like I caught a felony charge when I was in high school just because I punched some kid, and it was pretty bad. It got really messy. So I was actually fighting a lawsuit for like a year and a half when I was 17, and I was actually blessed enough to they actually put me on 7 years probation. I don't know if anybody ever was on probation before, but that shit sucks. Like I know Q was on probation. Anybody else been on probation before? Yeah, I know my savages in the room, right? I was that kid, but yeah, I mean, not that kid, but I'm not like a criminal. I'm just like a really aggressive person for whatever reason. So I don't know why, but yeah. So yeah, it it really made a significant impact on my life when that happened for a lot of reasons, and I'll continue on that discussion in a second. But my mom worked 16 hours a day in hard manual labor. She used to work at a refinery, and she would literally not allowed to be off of work for a single day at like 3 months out of the time. So she would work for 3 months straight with no off days, 16 hours a day, hard manual labor. And I can tell you, even to this day, I haven't even met a man that works harder than my mom. And I'm blessed that I was able to see that, and she was able to inspire me to work hard. You know, like I can work 13, 14 hours a day, and it doesn't even mean anything, you know? And that continued even into my sales career. Like I remember being in the field in sales, knocking on doors, and I would work 12, 13 hours a day, and my mom sending me pictures of like her hands bleeding, her back messed up. You know, she's always at the chiropractor at her job. And I was just like, man, it's crazy. I'm out here, you know, in the field trying to make sales for 12 hours, and people are complaining around me because they're working like 7 hours, you know? So it didn't really phase me, the amount of hours that I was putting in, and it just eventually became a habit, if that makes sense. And then when I think it was like 19, my sister got sick. My older sister got sick of non-epileptic seizures. And essentially what happens in that situation is if she gets really stressed out, she would just seize out. And doctors couldn't really figure it out. They just called it non-epileptic seizures. She didn't have epilepsy, but she would just randomly seize out when she got stressed. So she eventually couldn't work a full-time job, which means you can't really pay your bills full-time. So at that point in my life, I had to not only find solutions of survival for myself, but I also had to put somebody else into a situation where I could help them. So it really pushed me to find a way to make money and to really, you know, feed myself and feed my family. And it got to a point in my life where it wasn't about me anymore, if that makes sense. And it got really difficult because when you have a charge, a felony charge, I couldn't even get an apartment. Like I had to have roommates all the time. Like I had to live with people for me to live in a nice area, which sucks. I couldn't go and get a regular job. I couldn't like make salary or anything like that. I remember when I was 18 years old going in trying to get a job for 12 bucks an hour, and the dude looked at me in my face. He's like, "Hey, we can't accept you because you're like an aggressive person." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he like showed me like a piece of paper with my charge on there. I'm like, I mean, it was like one stupid drunk night in high school that really made a serious difference on even my ability to get a job. So it actually forced me to like get really creative on ways to make income, because I didn't want to go work at McDonald's or, you know, find illegal ways to make money. So I found myself knocking on doors. Anybody knocked on doors before in sales?
Yep.
How long did it last? Like 2 days, 3 days? You one of those guys? It's like, oh yeah, a sales job. I did door-to-door sales. I'm like, yeah, how long? But yeah, I was actually in door-to-door sales ever since I was 18 years old up until a couple years ago. And it wasn't because I chose to, it's just because it really pushed me And I had to, like, I had no other choice. I could either go sell cars, I can go knock on doors, but I had to do something. My sister was sick, my mom was working all these hours, and I didn't want to live in the hood or go sell drugs, so I had to find creative ways to make a lot of money really fast. And my niche was door-to-door sales. I found a way to make a lot of money really fast by knocking on doors, and that's what I did. So I started in real estate when I was 20 years old. I started my own marketing company when I was 20. So the knocking on doors actually developed a business, and that prospered. I actually was able to retire my mother at the age of 21, and she eventually moved down to Texas, so which was pretty cool. Anybody have like a goal to retire their mom?
Yo, hold up. You retired your mom at 21. Let me get a. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's like I always tell people, it's just like if your mom is still working, you have more work to do. Like seriously, it's real shit. Now I actually made my mom get a job just because she was like in my ear all the time. I mean, that's a true story. It is what it is. She was like popping up out of nowhere, and I'm like, you need like a hobby. So she'd like travel around with her friends all the time, and she'd pop up again. And I'm like, okay, it's time for you to go get something to do. But yeah, I closed my first real estate deal. I made $4,000 in 2015 off of a bandit sign. I used to, which was crazy. I used to go to Walmart and get poster boards and write "We buy houses" on them, and I used to go nail them to trees and wooden posts. And in Texas, it was really tough to find those areas. So I used to get wire hangers and tape it to the bandit sign and stick it in the ground. And that's actually how I got my first deal. You know, I used to go knock on doors Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. And on Fridays and Saturdays, as soon as I got done in the field, I would go lay bandit signs just because I was so motivated, because I seen one of my friends close an $18,000 check. And I was like, man, if this guy can do it, so can I. And eventually, like a couple weeks later, I closed my first deal and I made $4,000. And when that happened, it was crazy. It's just, who in here has done a deal before? Everybody remembers their first deal, right? What it kind of reminded me was, as soon as I closed that deal, I knew it was possible. I knew the sky was the limit. I knew it worked. It was legit, and I was excited about it. But sometimes that's all it takes. All it takes is to work your ass off to find that one deal, and then once that actually happens, everything else seems easy, right? So who hasn't got their first deal yet? It's okay. You guys are here to learn. I used to be there. We all used to be there, right? I kind of see it is the same as like having sex. Like everybody's scared to have sex, you know, but once it actually happens, you want to do it over and over and over and over and over and over again. And I saw the same thing with wholesaling. As soon as it happened, I was like addicted. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. This is like the greatest thing ever, right? It correlates to the exact same thing. And I mean, seriously, I get like the same adrenaline every time I close a deal. Pretty freaky. No, I'm just kidding. So moving on. So I live by this philosophy. What is the worst thing that could possibly happen? Right? So I was in a position in my life where I was knocking on doors 12, 13 hours a day. I was barely getting by, paying my bills, spending all my money at the bars and on girls. And it was a tough life. You know, it was just, yeah, I was making pretty good money knocking on doors, but the amount of work I had to put in to produce income was pretty significant. And if you've ever knocked doors, you kind of understand what I'm saying. So I always live by this philosophy: is what is the worst thing that could possibly happen? So when I got into wholesaling, and especially when I made a decision to go start actually working towards getting a deal, I was like, you know what, if I go lay bandit signs every Friday, like these books are telling me to do and these YouTube videos are telling me to do, what is the worst thing that could possibly happen? I'm asking you guys, if you guys lay bandit signs every Friday, what is the worst thing that could possibly happen? You guys know the risks? They take them up. The police call you. You can fall asleep driving. Fines, right? Funny story to that. I used to get smart water with the sugar-free Red Bulls, and just mix them, and I was good to go, baby. But yeah, I was like, man, what's the worst thing that could possibly happen? Are they going to take me to jail for laying these signs? I'm out here trying to make an ethical living, and I live by that philosophy. It's just like the worst thing that could possibly happen is growth, right? The worst thing that could possibly happen is I'll be better. The worst thing that could possibly happen is I can make money. The worst thing that could possibly happen, I'll be able to improve my life. The worst thing that could possibly happen, I can help somebody else's life. The worst thing that could possibly happen is, yeah, I could get a ticket. Yeah, the worst thing that could possibly happen is get stopped by a police officer, right? So I weighed my options and I made a decision to just go for it. I made a decision. It's just like, I'm going to work towards something because the risk to the reward was significantly off balance to positive. Does that make sense? And that's how I saw wholesaling. And that's how I see a lot of things. Like when I evaluate deals, I'm like, what's the worst thing that could have possibly happened, Tang? No, I'm just kidding. Or Val, bought some deals from him. Yeah, worst thing possibly happen, I could break even, right? Or worst thing that possibly happen, I'll make some money. Or worst thing that possibly happen, I'll learn something, right? Yeah, if it goes, hey, worst thing that possibly happen, I lose my ass, then probably I'm not going to buy the deal. Does that make sense? So I live and die for this philosophy is what is the possible thing that could happen. If you constantly tell yourself that and look for decision on which path you want to go down, you have to weigh your options. Is it going to improve my life or is it going to be significantly a lot worse? All right. So within 4 years of starting my my marketing company, we built it to a multi-million-dollar company. And then I did a couple wholesale deals and I got kind of jealous. I'm like a very selfish person. So I used to like wholesale deals to these investors. Is that what they call them? Like investors? Or I don't know what you guys call them, but yeah, I used to call them investors. I'm like, man, these investors are taking advantage of me. Like I'm bringing them all these deals and they're paying me an assignment, but how much are they making on the backside, right? So I got really selfish and I wanted to learn what they were doing to really capture as much as I could possibly get out of every single deal because it was so hard to find the deals. Anybody understand how hard it is to find a deal? Is it easy? Absolutely not. It is not easy. 1 deal, 2 deals, 100 deals, it doesn't matter. It takes work, it takes commitment, it takes grind, and it is difficult. I'm with you. So I wanted to capture as much equity as I possibly could with these deals, and I started buying them myself. I started raising money. People started trusting me. I started building my personal brand in my network, going to RIAs as much as I possibly could. I was on the Meetup app. I still get notifications for meetups just because I used to go to them all the time, just raising money. Like I was trying to raise money earlier at lunch. Like I'm like, hey, I need some money. Who's got it? You know, that's just the habit I got myself into because I was like, what is the worst thing that could possibly happen? If I just show up and do the work and do what everybody's telling me to do, what could happen? You know, only positive. So I ended up building a rehab company and we did over $1 million a year with that a couple years ago. And then can somebody grab me some water? I don't know if you guys mind, but excuse me. With significant sacrifice comes significant rewards. And this is biblical, guys. Anybody ever study the Bible? Every Sunday, you have to sacrifice your time to go to church. That's what they tell you, right? You have to sacrifice your money to contribute to the church, right? You have to sacrifice something for Lent just to get something positive so God can give you something, right? I'm clearly not as religious as I should be, as God tells me to be, but I do know for a fact that there is hundreds of examples of disciples and leaders in the Bible where we're always talking about in order to get a blessing, you have to do what? You have to sacrifice something, right? So I see the very same thing and the very same pattern with success. Not only do I see it, I experienced it, right? So I've learned in order for me to grow and gain something more than I didn't have before, I had to give up something. And part of that was I had to make a decision to go all into real estate. So in 2018, I actually shut my marketing down completely, my marketing company down. And I built a multi-million-dollar company and I sacrifice all of that money to go 100% real estate. And the reason why I'm telling you guys this is because some of you guys have jobs. Some of you guys are doing who knows what to make money, right? And some of you guys might be in a position where you're kind of like hitting a plateau. And I was that guy. I was in a plateau for years, like 4, 5, 6 years. And I got super, super frustrated. I was doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Does anybody know what that's called? Yeah, so I was literally going insane. Even though I was making good money, I wasn't growing, right? So I wanted something different from my life, but not only for my life, but for my family's life, other people's lives. And I got to a point where, yeah, you can only have so much money until you realize that money is really not what makes you happy, right? There's certain motivating factors that I started to find in myself that it just wasn't money. It was literally my family, other people, seeing other people win. And I got to a point where I was kind of capped, where I couldn't bless as many people. I couldn't give as much time to my family. I couldn't help my family as much as I could, regardless of how much money you have, right? So I had to make a sacrifice. And yeah, I mean, I closed a multi-million-dollar company in order for me to become massively successful in real estate. And some of you guys might be kind of on the fence on, hey, where is this real estate career going to take me? What am I actually going to do with it? I'm trying to hold on to my job. I know a couple of people in here personally that make good money, you know, $60,000, $70,000 a year. There's one individual in particular, I just paid him like almost 30 grand on one deal, and it's like half of his yearly salary, and he's still got a job. I'm not calling anybody out, Val, but I'm being serious. It's just like sometimes if you really want to grow into an area that you never imagined, you have to make a significant sacrifice. And I can tell you guys this over and over and try to sell you guys and pitch you guys on all these different angles, but it's literally facts. I don't know any successful person in my life, any of my mentors, that didn't sacrifice something in order to get to where they're at. All right, moving on. A jack of all trades is the master of none. A jack of all trades is the master of none. I used to know people with 7 jobs. And this guy was crazy. He was light skinned. He had like a beard, and he thought he was the shit. He lived in his mom's basement and rehabbed it and stuff, all this stuff. It was me. I had all these different hustles going on for me. I was selling all these different products. And yeah, I was making money. I was surviving and, you know, living a good life in which I thought I was. But I realized it was hard for me to scale. It was hard for me to really catch a come up. It was hard for me to gain traction or a system in whatever I was doing because I was focused on so many different avenues. And that's kind of what I saw when I had 2 companies. I was chasing 2 rabbits. So every time something happened over here, I was running that way, right? Every time there was a problem over here, I was running that way. And it was really difficult for me to get a grip on my business because I was only giving it 50%, right? Not only was I giving it 50%, but I was giving my people 50%. So it was actually selfish of me by chasing multiple rabbits. I wanted to give my people 100%. All right, there are 3 values of highly effective people: belief, skill, and education. You look at a professional athlete. You think a professional athlete's skilled? Do you think LeBron James has a skill? Anybody think LeBron James is skillful? You guys are all haters. Do you guys know who LeBron James is? He's this tall, dark-skinned guy. He lives in Los Angeles. All right, moving on. Belief, right? Do you think LeBron James believes in the game of basketball? Do you think he believes that he's good at basketball? Probably yes. Do you think LeBron James knows the game of basketball? Do you think LeBron James studies the game of basketball? Okay, what about Carlos Reyes? Do you think Carlos Reyes is skilled at wholesaling? Probably. Do you think Carlos Reyes believes wholesaling is the best thing ever? Do you think Carlos Reyes studies the game more than a lot of other individuals. That's why he's one of the best in the business, right? So you have to pay attention to this. It doesn't matter which industry you're in. It doesn't matter which business you're going to take on. It doesn't matter. If you want to be great at something, you have to understand these three principles and stand behind it. You can't half-ass it. You can be the most skilled salesperson in the world. You can be like the hardest closer on planet Earth. But I promise you, if you don't believe in yourself, you're not going to close any deals. I know a lot of salespeople throughout my career and so many skilled players that had so much potential, but they couldn't really grasp the reality of them actually doing it. Not only that, they didn't want to study the pitch. They didn't want to study the products. They thought it was lame. They thought it was stupid, right? You see, all of you guys in your room, you guys are getting your education on. You guys are getting that step down. I hope that you guys are paying attention. I hope you guys are absorbing this information. You guys aren't just here for clout. Anybody here for clout? No? Okay, cool. Some people do. I mean, there's like, we call them like event junkies. I don't know. They just like to hang out. They don't really do deals. They've been coming to events for like 4 years and don't pay attention. They're like drinking, gambling, or whatever they do. But yeah, this is real stuff. The three values of highly effective people, regardless of the industry. All right. Anyways, moving on. So over the past year and a half, we were able to do $3.5 million in assignment fees. That doesn't include rehabs, rentals, hotels, or development. Now, guys, this isn't about me, it's about you. But the reason I'm putting this up here is because what was the biggest difference in the year and a half versus the previous experience in real estate out of the other 4 or 5 years? I went all in. I made a sacrifice. I got my education, right? I made a commitment. There was no other option of survival other than wholesaling. I actually stopped rehabbing houses 100%. Like, I lost so many good contractors and so many good connections over a year of rehabbing houses because I made a commitment to win at one thing. I wanted to be a master at it. Now, obviously, I had a lot of great mentorship. I had a lot of great education. I spent a lot of money. I spent a lot of time. And I made a lot of risks. I mean, there's a lot of things that were involved with that, but there is no secret to the difference of where I'm at now and how I got here and where I was before. So to correlate that to a lot of new people in here that haven't done a deal, I know some of you guys have jobs, you guys are studying, looking at YouTube videos. You guys obviously follow Q Flores because he gives a lot of free content, which is amazing. And which is awesome because you guys are getting your education, right? But there's a couple of things that you guys physically aren't doing. You guys aren't putting in the work. You guys aren't believing in yourself. And you guys haven't developed your skill because you guys aren't going for it, right? All right. So there was tons of mistakes and hardships, tons and tons. And I can go on for days and days and days out of all the mistakes I made. But what I've learned was if I didn't do the work, I wouldn't have made the mistakes, right? If I would have just kept quiet, if I wouldn't have done anything, I wouldn't have made any mistakes. There's a lot of perfectionists in here. I want to do it exactly right. I don't want to do the job until I know all of it. I used to be that guy, right? I used to like pay attention on the sidelines until I knew enough where I felt confident to get it done, right? Some of you guys are in this room right now that think like that. I'm just going to hang out on the sidelines because maybe I'll go to one conference and it'll click. I'll watch 13 hours of YouTube content every day, full time. I'm working my ass off. You guys are like flipping the wrist on Instagram in front of your computer, like working, watching YouTube videos. Yes, you're working on your education, but part of working, you actually have to do the job too, right? So the 3 biggest business lessons that I've learned in the past couple years is limited belief, lawsuits, and losses. Limited belief, especially in leadership. Unfortunately, I had a bad apple for a little bit, and we found it, learned a lesson that one person's limited belief affected our entire company's culture. Lawsuits, litigations. I'm not here to scare anybody, but it does happen, especially when you do it on a pretty big volume like we do. I have to sue my best friend for embezzlement and his non-compete. And yeah, I hit a lawsuit just because we did a bad deal in Florida, and I had to pay the consequences. We had a bad rep that said the wrong thing to the wrong person, and they came after us. So I had to pay my dues. Losses, wasted money in marketing, trial and error. So a lot of people ask me, what's my best marketing strategies? Obviously cold calling, but the reality of it is we're beta testing all the time. Beta testing lists, we're beta testing marketing avenues, PPC, Facebook. I mean, we are just throwing money away every month. And that's just part of the game. Let's see. Oh, time spent on working with the wrong people. In 2019 alone, we had 200 dead deals. How many of you guys ever lost a deal before? I know people that lost a deal before and they just quit in the industry 100%. I'm like, homie, I lost 200. Like, that was retarded of me for me to lock up so many bad deals. I just like it was just a bad experience of so many dead deals, right? So the reason I'm telling you guys this is I want to be honest with you guys so you guys can learn from my mistakes. Is that okay? Like, I know people don't put the negatives on the screen, but I want you guys to learn from all the years and hard work that was not good. October 2019, we did $60,000 in gross. I actually lost money that month. We went from 43 acquisitions to 4 acquisitions. And I was like, man, I spent so much time developing so many people and only 4 of them are good. And what I learned was it was the biggest fucking blessing on planet Earth. I would never go back. I wouldn't trade it for anything. What I know now and what I understand now, I am so sure, I am so confident that anything is possible. The average person would have quit 1,000 problems ago. And that's why I'm on the stage and they aren't. That's why I can do whatever the fuck I want whenever I want. I'm not trying to brag, but I didn't quit. I could have easily quit. I could have easily went and sold something else. I could have easily did anything. Of course, I'm confident and cocky or whatever, but I understood that God was testing me to see if he could trust me with more responsibility. And I'm not here to be a preacher, but I'm telling you guys, sometimes you guys have to push through the challenges because the reward is learning how to overcome those challenges, right? The difficult times, you guys got to look forward to the difficult times because there's going to be a time when somebody comes into your team and runs into the same fucking problem that you already know how to solve. As part of being a leader, right? Not quitting, not stopping, right? Me and Corey Thompson make jokes all the time. It's like, man, we can beat our heads against this wall 1,000 times and somebody hits once and then they're out or they stop calling, right? Anybody in here cold calling or calling cold leads? It's fucking, man, you're like a woodpecker, right? It's hard. It's not easy, you know? But, you know, the reason why people make the checks is because they keep pecking until they get it done. The job's not done until you get paid. You guys understand that, right? 200 dead deals, we didn't get paid on those. We closed hundreds of deals, but there's a lot of deals we lost, right? You gotta keep pecking, keep going at it. All right. All right, so just 2020 alone, we've already closed 40 deals. Our net profits is 4 times the amount of what it used to be. So it's just, I mean, it was absolutely absurd. I was just doing as much as I possibly could, spending as much as I possibly could to learn as fast as possible. And now it like I feel more clarity than ever. It's an amazing thing. Less headaches and challenges, which is awesome. Actually, in the month of February, we sold more houses in 1 month than we sold in any other month of our entire experience of business, which is awesome. And that's with like 10% of the amount of people that we had before, which is awesome. All right, no balls, no babies. No, seriously, you can't have a baby without
That's how it works,
balls.
right?
Right? So do you guys want to grow? Do you guys want to do more than what you're doing? You guys want to reproduce? You guys want to build a legacy and an empire? Right? You gotta grow some balls. Sorry, ladies. I mean, it's just, you can't get surgery. You just got to toughen up. Ladies, men. Yeah, I mean, you see my girl on stage?
Yep, Danny.
She grew some balls. I'm just kidding. All right, next guys, set goals and hit them. I heard Christina talking about I don't remember who it was, but the something about your mind, or it starts with an S. I don't get paid to remember words, but something about understanding something without actually thinking about it, right?
Subconscious.
Subconscious, that's what it was. Sorry, brain fart. I still have to poop. But anyways, subconscious mind. So how do you input stuff into your subconscious mind? As you set goals. You set goals consistently. So at our house, if you've ever been to our house, if you walk into me and my girl's bathroom, you will instantly see goals on whiteboards, on mirrors. We are constantly reminding ourselves every chance that we can get of what the fucking game plan is. And we have our what do you call it? Elijah, what do you do every day? Sorry.
Affirmations.
Affirmations.
Yes.
Our affirmations is like, what's the fucking game plan? It's to take over the fucking world. And that's what every morning we wake up, we're like, what's the fucking game plan? And we're constantly reminding ourselves that we're winners, that we're born to be great, that we have a job to do and job's not done yet. We have more work to do. We have bigger goals once we accomplish goals, right? We have more work to do. We have more people to bless. We have more sellers to help. We have more buyers to help get wealthy. We have no more wholesalers that we have to help get more deals. We have way more work to do consistently because of goals. And when we're not looking at them, guess what we're working towards? Our goals. Without goals, you guys will be running in circles for years. And I mean, it's just, you got to gain traction. But I mean, what helps us is setting goals and then obviously hitting them. So we live an awesome life. Like, I mean, it's been amazing the past couple of years of what we were able to do, the places we were able to see, the cool things that we were able to buy. And I'm not even going to keep being on that slide just because I'm not here to brag. It's about you guys. But you guys have to understand that it is possible. You're talking to somebody, or you guys are listening to somebody that is a minority, that has a felony record, that grew up in a town of like a couple thousand people, a single parent background. If I can do this shit, you can do this shit. I promise. And granted, you guys are going through whatever you're going through in your life, but you guys didn't come here to not learn anything. You guys didn't come here without gaining something. You guys actually want to do this business. I would hope if I can do this, you can do this.
Let them get it.
All right, steps to your first deal. I'm kind of running out of time. All right, 100 bandit signs per week. I know this works for a fact, but it requires skill and it requires belief and it requires knowledge. I am telling you that our team, every 100 signs that they drop, we get one seller lead. I know this for a fact because I stopped doing it for 2 months just because people were getting upset with me. It's like, you can't relate to new people. You're so well experienced. I'm like, watch me. 100 bandit signs per week, you get one seller lead. Anybody ever laid bandit signs before? It's hard work. This stuff doesn't cost a lot of money. It costs sweat. It costs work. Anybody can do this. out of those 4 leads, we were able to close 1 deal. I should have put a case study in my podium or whatever. That 1 deal we closed was $55,000. What do you think I'm going to do with that money?
Back into marketing.
No, I'm going to spend it all on cocaine. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, wow. Got baking soda.
No, we're buying more bandit signs. We're hiring more people to lay them out, right? I'm trying to regather the KPIs of what we're good at so we can feel more confident spending more money, doing more things, and taking on more risk. KPIs are everything, guys, and I'm sure the other gurus will start talking more about that, but I'm here to talk about 7-figure mindset and team building. 100 driving for dollars leads per week, which is not difficult. So it's 400 leads per month is about 1 deal. 10,000 cold calls. I'm talking cold, baby.
Burr.
In 1 month, yeah. You make 10,000 cold calls yourself. If you don't get a deal, you might need to reevaluate what you're doing. 10,000 cold calls? Are you kidding, guys? That is a lot. That is a lot. And I know these numbers look massive. They look big, right? It is not my job here to fluff anything. I don't get paid to do this. I get paid to sit here and be honest with you guys. I have respect for Q. I wanted to come and explain some of the things that actually happen in the business so you guys don't get frustrated when you guys haven't even done enough work yet, right? Any Bernie Sanders supporters in here? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, shuckers. You're going there.
Not getting political now. All right. So the reality of it is, if you want to make a lot of money, you have to do the right things, which requires a lot of work, requires a lot of education, and it requires a lot of skill and a belief, right? And it's pretty simple. It's really simple. If you half-ass it, you're gonna get half-ass. Anybody got a half-ass?
Sucks.
That sucks. I like full ass.
Not one cheek. I want both cheeks. 2 claps for it, y'all.
Sorry, ladies. It's just the reality. I'm a butt guy. All right. So if you're trapped in a jungle or in the woods, or if you guys ever saw the movie Survivor or the show Survivor, would you sit next to the tree and starve to death, or would you hunt, find water, and shelter? How much harder would you work in that jungle if your family was there with you, depending on you for survival? Right? So we live in a jungle. It's crazy how many resources that we have. It actually cripples us sometimes because we forget how easy we have it, right? We can go to Walmart, get a box of cereal and be good, right? $3. Ching, right? Imagine if you're in a jungle. That's hard work. You got to go hunt. You got to go fish. You got to find the materials to actually do that, right? So the reason I'm explaining this to you guys is if you actually understand your human nature, if you actually trust it, you will find a way to make it work. I promise, right? I used to literally get dropped off in a neighborhood and pull money out of thin air and figured it out. I had to. I had no other choice. My sister was going to seize out and die if I didn't figure it out, right? It is possible, right? I had no other choice when I had a team. When I started building in real estate, I had no other choice. I started putting myself in uncomfortable situations, and I would figure it out by being solution oriented, right? I promise if you guys understand that everything will be okay, you're not going to die, you're not going to starve to death. I mean, you might be homeless, I don't know, but I mean, you're still alive and breathing, right? What's the worst thing that could possibly happen? For me, I'm blessed. I am young. I have time to recruit. Worst case scenario, my girl thinks I'm crazy and a psychopath, but I'm like, babe, what's the worst that's gonna happen? We can always live with your mom.
her house is paid for.
You're in comps.
I know this. I looked. I already got a plan B, right?
No plan B.
Oh, what else I got? Yeah, you take the leap of faith and believe in yourself. You'll adapt and thrive through the trenches. What's the worst that could possibly happen? Winner's mentality, guys. They shortened my time because a lot of people were pooping, so you guys can wait. Just give me a couple minutes. Let me get through this. So winner's mentality, Mamba's mentality, Kobe Bryant. Let's dedicate this slide to him because he was living and breathing the real winner's mentality. You look at an interview with Kobe Bryant, and you can count that as real estate education. Okay? Kobe
Let's
Bryant,
get one time for Kobe. Come on, y'all. Put you guys for Kobe one time.
it's crazy. We were actually skiing, which is crazy. I didn't know black people didn't ski until I was like the only black guy on the mountain. But yeah, we were on top of the mountain, and my friend texts me. He's like, "Hey, Kobe just died," and I'm like, "You're out of your mind!" Like, so yeah, like the confidence I had going down that mountain was crazy. But yeah, I got really emotional because Kobe made a significant impact on my life because of his Mamba mentality, and that was a real thing. All right, solution oriented. You got to find ways to overcome problems fast, right? Anybody had title issues, right? Sellers you can't find. This stuff happens. It's going to get worse. The biggest deals come from the most problems being solved. And if you've closed big deals, you know that, right? So if you find deals with problems, chances are there's money there because there's a lot of people that are weak fuckers that quit. They get the lead and they ain't working it. See what I'm saying? I was talking to somebody at lunch, and he was telling me, I don't know where he's at. He was telling me how he's selling land for like 100 grand. It's like 30 feet. I'm like, dude, you're a psychopath. But anyways, laser all in focus. Like, I mean, one trick pony. I mean, you guys got to be focused. Stay a servant, stay a student, and stay hungry. I try to go to as many events as possible. As many as I possibly can because I am constantly learning. I'm constantly looking for new information, not only for me, but a lot of people rely on me, not only for their job or their way of survival, but they are looking for more skills, more knowledge, right? If I am not constantly increasing my knowledge set, then they're going to cap out, right? Stay hungry. You have to stay hungry. I mean, I've seen people, especially when they're young, they close a big deal and then they're like, good. Like, I'm chilling until I run out of money again, right? You guys got to stop that. You guys got to keep working. You got more work to do. Find an excuse to win. Find an excuse to win. A lot of people find all these excuses on why they don't have a deal yet. And I tell them it's because they're voting for Bernie Sanders. No, I'm just kidding. You have to find an excuse to win.
Shots fired.
You have to literally look for solutions in every problem and find an excuse to win. When you set goals to help others, you find yourself working significantly a lot harder and smarter because it's not about you anymore. Remember the story with my sister? That was the shift that I needed in my career to just get off my ass, and I had more work to do because it wasn't about me anymore. When I started running a company and a team, I started working and finding different systems that I need implemented because more people relied on me, right? I had more work to do. God was trusting me at this point with more responsibility. You guys following me? I have more work to do. So that's my story, guys. I hope you guys got value out of that and you guys learn anything.
Yeah.
He's like, man, I just got an ass beating.
Let's go.
You can follow me on IG, the Donovan Ruffin, sellthekeys.com. If you got wholesale deals, put them through there. We'll look at them. We're also buying deals. So yeah, I mean, if you guys have any questions, hit me up. I know I seem like a little hard ass sometimes, but it's just because I want the best for you guys. And I'm very hard on my team. I'm hard on a lot of people because I don't take shit. I want you guys to win. And that's what I have. So appreciate you. Q.
Come on, y'all. Let me get it.
What's up, everybody? Yo, give my man Donnie some more love.
Come on, y'all.
Come on,
Show my
man.
guy
Come
Donnie
on,
some
come on.
love. It's a D. Came and laced it up.
I want to really talk about how important that is, guys. You know what I'm saying? No balls, no babies. All the men in here, no balls, no babies, okay? This also applies to women. And if there's something that I like about my women, it's balls. I'm kidding, guys.
Whoa.
I'm kidding, guys. So, yo, thank you so much, Don. You know, ultimately, guys, it's all about overcoming any type of problem that you see, guys, because if you see problems as all is just, this is how life is and this is just how it's going to be, you're never going to grow. You're never going to grow. I have a lot of people, guys, that come through my office that have so much potential, right? And we have such an amazing core team, but it's taken me like 20 different people that I've had to hire to find the perfect people that are in my organization now. The reason why so many of them leave, guys, just because they don't know how to overcome adversity. I'm also a felon, just like my friend Donnie over here. You know, we've been through the system. And when you've been through something like that, guys, I'm telling you, you try to get a job, everybody laughs in your face. And then the moment that you try to like, I can't even buy a gun, you know what I'm saying? And I'm in Texas. Like in Texas, you can buy a donut, walk out with a shotgun. Like it's the greatest place in the world, right? So you always have to be like, you know, just no matter what, guys, you just have to be focused, laser focused. You have to understand that your circumstances are what you have to build your life upon, okay? It's more like foundation, not just circumstances. So remember that, guys. Thank you so much, Donnie, man. Love you, brother. So, guys, I got some homies that are in the building that are local to San Antonio, Texas. And I'm not gonna lie, man, like straight up, you know, they wanted to be on this lineup. They've been a part of everything that I have done for the San Antonio community. And I was just so honored that they would even want to be in this event with me. They bought in several deals from me without equity. And it's a crazy thing, right? Like who buys a deal with no equity? Like you gotta be smoking crack. You know what I'm saying? I sent them a deal, right? ARV 100. I had the contract at 95K. And they give me a $10,000 assignment fee on it. I'm like, what world does this work, right? What world does this work? So without further ado, man, I got my good friends Michael and Charles with Home Buying, Home Selling. They're gonna talk about some creative shit right now. I love these dudes, guys. Y'all go for it and show them some love. Let's get this bread.
Come on, let's go. Let me get it.
You guys don't know about the hustle flag. It's turn up the hustle. We're gonna talk a lot about turning up hustle here today, guys. So, man, ground zero, right?
Yeah.
Get up for Q.
Come on,
And all
y'all.
the
Come
players
on,
that came
y'all.
here.
Show some love.
Every time we do a speech or a seminar, we definitely want to provide value to you guys. But before we get started, I always got to do something. You guys here, who's local? A few locals here. So if you guys know, Keith's local, right? I ask a few questions. I give you the answers to the questions, so it's not that hard, right? The answer is yes, but it's not, yeah, yes, it's yes. You guys having a good time at ground zero? Yes. Second question, same answer, yes. You guys live in San Antonio? Yes. One more thing before we get started is hustle. Hustle is very important. I know a lot of people out here came from somewhere outside of San Antonio. You flew in, you drove in, you did whatever you did to get here. So I know this room is full of hustlers. So what we say at Home Buying, Home Selling, and we want to share with you guys, is to turn up the hustle. The flag, the shirts that are around, turn up the hustle. So when I say 1, 2, 3, we're all going to say turn up the hustle. 1, 2, 3. Turn up the hustle. My guys. Let's get started. So my name is Mike. This is my boy Charles. We own and operate Home Buying, Home Selling Solutions. We are based out of here in San Antonio, just with Q. So we do a lot of deals with Q. He's talking about how creative that we are, how crazy we get on Q calls us, hey, I have a house ARV $100,000, and I say, hey, I'll take it. We'll give you a $10,000 assignment, right, Q? Yeah, 100%. So that's what we do. But today, Charles and I want to be real creative because that's what we really focus on. The money's being creative. We want to provide value to you guys to take away, and hopefully, if you guys can do one deal out of this, let's make it happen. So who we are, Home Buying, Home Selling Solutions. We are a real estate clearinghouse. We can do it all for the most part, right? We do a lot when it comes to San Antonio, and not just San Antonio, it's throughout Texas what we're focusing on. a little bit of Atlanta, a little bit of Virginia, a little bit here and there, we can get a good deal. But for sure, Texas, San Antonio, Houston, Dallas, Austin, El Paso, Corpus, Laredo, that's where we want to focus on for the most part. We do quite a few deals throughout Texas. The real estate investing team members. So if you guys don't know, we have a staff of about 18. And of course, we have quite a full handful of VAs. If there's any of the 18 here, we got a lot going on, right? So the office is down the street from here. It's not too far. So the people that have in the office, we really follow this model. And the motto is, and you guys know it, the motto is no one works for us, everyone works with us. And that's truly given. Some of the guys in the back say, what's up, guys? Yeah, the guys in the back. So that's what we do. That's what we do. That's what we're fond of. We want to make sure that we all come up together because we have the we, not me mentality, and we definitely want to provide value to them. We want to come up. We want them to come up. So that's a little bit about home buying, home selling solutions. So what we do, everyone here probably does one or two, if not maybe all of them, on what's on the slides. What we do primarily, I would say, is wholesales, right, Charles? For the most part.
Yeah.
Wholesales is what we do for the most part. With those 18 staff members, we have also do fix and flips. Typically, we do 2 to 3 at a time. I think at one point, Charles, we had, what, eight flips going on at once. Flips that are here in San Antonio, El Paso, Laredo. So we do fix and flips here. Portfolio is kind of what Q mentioned on earlier. Portfolio is what we focus on because you guys are doing wholesale deals. The goal should be portfolioing. You know, the goal should be portfolioing. Wholesales is good, whether it's a $20,000 assignment fee, $30,000, $50,000, $100,000 assignment fee. It's good, but the portfolio is going to be where the true wealth is at. So you guys want to make sure you talk about portfolio or doing that for yourselves. Those deals that Q said where there's no equity, to touch base on it, what we do is we sub to them and then we wrap them owner finance and we create the interest, we create the equity and the spreads. The rentals, a little bit of rentals here and there. We started our Airbnb. My wife's actually taking the lead on the Airbnb, so that's coming along. A lot of subject twos, and Charles and I were going back and forth, right, Charles? We're going back and forth. Like, hey, man, I want to talk to these guys about subject twos because we do a lot of subject twos, and that's what we do. No equity, little equity, what we do with the subject twos, how we do it, everything from start to finish, how we're buying houses without seeing them, just subject to everything. I consider it free money if it's subject to. But Charles wanted to go, like, nah, man, we got to provide these guys more value, right, Charles?
That's right. You guys know you can do a lot of with sub-twos, right? You can move into them, Airbnb them, rent them out, fix and flip them. So that's one of our biggest things, but that's not what we're going to talk about today. Today, we're really going to get in the weeds. We're going to show you a secret ninja tactic that probably nobody talks about. We didn't want to disclose it, but we're going to give it to you guys, and we're going to go through all the steps, and I think you guys are going to really find it interesting. Mike?
Keyword, secret ninja. So I'm telling you, this slide, this class, you guys are gonna love this. So lease options, we do dabble on lease options. Multifamily, we do have a multifamily team.
We got some contracts today, multifamily.
As a matter of fact, this morning we got a contract for a 10 unit that we're probably gonna wholesale. So we're trying to wholesale multifamily. If not, we'll just keep it and we'll buy it. Other markets, like I talked about, we're in other markets. We're doing virtual wholesaling. You know, we're not gonna be up here. So we do virtual wholesale everywhere. Nah, we dabble in virtual wholesale. The deal comes to us. We'll make the deal happen. We work with some key players like Ricardo in the back. We do some Houston deals. So that's the virtual wholesaling. And then we're gonna talk about coach and mentoring. This is no sales pitch. No, we just wanna provide value for sure. All right, so how do we do it? Researching. The key word is the 18 team members. We all come together. We all do it as one. Everyone in the office has a specific role. And if everyone does a specific role, the wheelhouse is gonna turn. And that's very important. Whether you're a one-man team, two-man team, three-man team, whatever the case is, but that's how we do it. Cold calling, my boy Manny Cash leads the cold calling boiler room that we do. So we have the 6 or 7 in-house. We got the 6 or 7 Philippines VAs, and we make about 15,000 calls every single day to a specific type of list, like most of you guys are doing here too. My boy Teddy, who's also in the back, handles our SMS. We do a little bit of email blasting. Charles, you want to talk about the digital marketing?
Yeah, we picked up some really good people. You always got to look for good digital marketers because they will take your money. Any digital marketers in here? No, good, because they'll take your money.
Not if they said that, man.
Watch out for them guys, man.
Mailouts, we are not a fan of mailouts, to be completely honest with you. We will do it for a targeted list, kind of like lead stacking, and you lead stack it again, and you lead stack it again. So we want to get that list really down, and then those will do a little bit of mailouts for those guys, the team members. Now up there it says telegrams,
Those
And
telegrams.
look at that. You see?
Telegrams.
Right?
Hey, the first time I told him, hey man, we need to do the telegram. He was like, what are you talking about? And we find people doing telegrams, send them singing telegrams. It
Hello,
works, man.
hello, right? Yeah.
It works, trust me.
Hustle, hustle, hustle. So we do knocking for dollars, abandoned signs, and all that good stuff with the virtual assistants. So that's just a little bit about who we are. If you guys don't know who we are here in San Antonio to do these type of deals, and that's what we do. But Charles really wants to talk to you guys about this, and you guys are gonna like it, I think. And I think you guys should take notes. And if you guys can do one deal, how we did this, it's gonna be good. Charles.
So, you know, we thought about doing motivational, thought about talking to you guys. You know, we come from the hood. You know, we thought about talking to you guys about all that stuff, you know, but what we really wanted to do is show you something that I don't think anybody else really talks about. And we're gonna give it to you guys. We call it LLC capturing. But first, I wanna say, imagine making money without ever having sold anything using creative wholesaling. So everybody wholesales, but let's get creative. Now we have different tactics that we do, not just this one, but I think you guys are gonna like this one. It's gonna be awesome.
So who's ready to learn about creative wholesaling? Yeah. If you're ready to learn how Charles and I did one deal that made $145,000 by doing creative wholesaling, say hustle.
So I wanna qualify something. I usually tell jokes, talk a lot of shit, but this guy says I gotta stay on par because we got 37 minutes.
37 minutes.
So we're gonna go through these slides real quick, take some photos, and then afterwards we're gonna answer questions, okay? So if I'm a little dry, that's why.
And if we got time, we'll do some of his jokes. But no, we got 37 minutes, and Charles and I are really want to give you this value. You guys ready to say hustle? Creative wholesaling, the topic is LLC property captures. What does that mean? LLC property captures. That's what Charles is going to break down for you guys. I'll just stand here and look pretty, and he'll do all the talking. No, I'm just kidding. LLC property captures. Charles?
So before all this SMS, cold calling, and all that stuff, we used to do a lot of target research. And part of that research was researching foreclosures, tax delinquents, and whatnot, right? I love tax foreclosures. But what we found was there was a lot of LLCs that own property, right? And everybody's saying, well, you can't find the owners of the LLC because a lot of them have professional registered agents. This also works for trust, FYI. So research properties that are in jeopardy for tax foreclosure or tax delinquent. There has to be a jeopardy component, because if there's not, they're not gonna be motivated. Focus on LLCs holding properties. So you're first looking after properties that have jeopardy, and then filter out the LLCs. Check, the next thing you wanna do is you wanna check the status of that LLC. Here's the key thing. Who knows that an inactive LLC cannot do business, right? They can't contract either. And guess what? The owner can't contract. You guys see where we're going with this? Here in Texas, there's two websites right there. There's the foreclosure website, and there's the My CPA state tax website where you could check the LLC. That's how you start this. Now, a lot of people that we've showed this to won't do it because it's a little labor intensive, but the payouts are huge. Go ahead, Mark.
So most wholesalers, whether you're starting off doing your first deal or even now, because I did it when I first started, if you're driving for dollars or you pull some type of list, let's say we're driving for dollars, you pull up, there's a kind of a vacant house, it looks like it needs work, and you do a deal machine or you go on Propelio and you look at the information and it says investment properties LLC. Most wholesalers, an investor owns it, he's not gonna let me wholesale it.
Who passes those up?
Right, I mean, honestly,
Well,
right?
don't pass them up
Makes
now.
sense.
I'm gonna
You're
show you
driving
how to do
by, Blue Host Properties LLC, don't waste my time. If I'm gonna pull a list, let's take out all the LLCs because they're investors. They're investments, they're a company. They know what they're doing. They shouldn't have an issue. And that's what this topic is about for the most part. They shouldn't have the issues. We're gonna go after those LLCs and what to look for.
So what you want to do is you want to start looking for the LLC owners. That's the first step. Once you've identified a property, they have jeopardy, and it's owned by an LLC, you want to start looking for the owners. If you can't find the owners, you find the registered agent. Now here's a little secret, guys. If you can't find the owners and you can't find you can't find the registered agent, then look up on all recorded documents, the notary. If you find the notary, you can find who signed the documents. Isn't that awesome? Say hustle. All right, so that's one good way to find the people. Another thing, you can have an attorney who can contact the SOS or the comptroller for any documents, whoever follows documents. And here's another little secret, guys. You can have your attorney send the IRS an asset letter, right? He's due money. I'm trying to identify, hey guy, you owe money. I mean, you can make money, but I can't find you. The IRS will find them for you. Send the IRS an unsealed letter letting the IRS know that you're trying to contact a certain person and they're due funds. They will send that letter to whoever owns that property, wherever they're filing. And guess what? They're going to call you. Who likes that?
Hustle tip there, guys.
Did y'all know about it? Anybody know about that? Did anybody know about that? All right, let's rock and roll.
At any time, guys, by the way, that I would ever say you should pull out your phone and record this shit, pull out your fucking phone and record this shit because that is crazy. All right, go for it, bro.
We don't have one of those. That was one of those.
All right, we got 33 minutes, man.
33 minutes. All right, let's go. So what you need to know, inactive LLCs in the state cannot legally get into a contract. If I own Michael Giannis is the best LLC or Turn Up the Hustle LLC, but the LLC is inactive, an inactive LLC cannot get in contract because it's inactive. It's dormant. It did not catch up to date with the SOS, the Secretary of State. So that's very important. That's one of the things you do need to know for sure. Owners, members, registered agent, whoever that person is of the LLC cannot sell the property in that LLC because it's inactive. So when you get on, you're driving for dollars and 123 Main Street LLC, go on and take the next step on SOS and see if it's inactive. If it's inactive, you can't get in contract with the inactive LLC. You want to check the property taxes owed because this one, this presentation is directed to property taxes. So if a property is vacant, LLC, look up the taxes, they owe, let's just say $25,000. All right, there's an issue there. That's the first step. You get there, LLC, most people drive away because it's LLC. So check the taxes, see if it's a distressed situation. Just because it's an LLC, let's not treat it any different than a regular homeowner. So check for liens, judgments on the properties. Run a check on the LLC. I know people are from different states. So here in Texas, you want to get on that website and check for the LLC, check if it's active with the Secretary of State, run the check on the owner. You kind of want to do almost everything you need to do, like a title commitment already on the property.
And why do you do that? Because, for example, like on this particular deal, it was the night before foreclosure. Like we were dealing on this deal the night before foreclosure, the final four was on, our attorney was shit-faced. I called him up. I said, hey, man, you can have 5% of this deal, but you need to sober the hell up. And
you guys hear that?
Yeah.
You guys hear that? It was getting foreclosed the next day.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll give you 5% of the deal right now. What time was this?
And it was like 9 o'clock. And so, yeah. Thank you, man.
My man.
So it was like 9 o'clock. We dealt with her till like 2 in the morning. And at 8:30, we were at the tax office. But see, the reason you have to do these checks, and even then we did them that night, was because there's no time to call a title company. And you have to learn how to, check the LLC, check the owners, checks for liens and judgments, because you're going to inherit that, Jack. Okay, next slide, Brian.
If you guys didn't catch that, we closed the deal in 10 hours. If you guys didn't catch it, 11:30, it was the day of the Final Four game. Call the attorney up. Hey, we'll give you 5%. We need this done now. We closed at 3 o'clock in the morning, and we paid off the taxes at 8:30 that morning.
And we're going to show you how we did that in a minute, step by step.
Break it all down so you guys can understand now. Of course, we didn't use a title company, so that's why you guys need to know how the title commitment works. You need to work with the great title company like Alamo Titles out here. So for those type of deals, all right?
So cover your ass. If you have time, get the title company to do the work for you. Have them check the taxes, the property, the LLC, and the owner, right? Instead of doing it yourself. Hey, Roxanne. So have an eligible attorney. We already said that. Not all of them. Is there any attorneys in the house?
Allison's here with Allison Tipton. It's
Allison's badass. Not all the attorneys you deal with are going to understand these type of transactions, especially when we get in the weeds right now.
So very important, guys. Making contact and an offer. If you guys want to take pictures, this is the one that you want to take pictures, guys. How to do this transaction like we did. You're going to inform the owner, hey, owner, I looked up the LLC. I saw the registered agent was Michael Giannis, and I did a TLO, or you did whatever you did to skip trace Michael Giannis, and you make a contact with the offer, right? You want to contact the owner of the tax delinquent issue and inform them, hey, I see that you have a house that's vacant. They're probably not going to get a lot of phone calls because John Smith didn't own it, LLC owned it. So you're probably going to be one of the first ones to call that individual, the LLC. Hey, by the way, Mr. Seller, I see you're behind $25,000 on taxes. And because you're probably going to be the first one to hear, you're going to be the first one at the door to make the shot, to make it happen. That makes sense? Say hustle. Make the offer to pay the property taxes and purchase the property.
This is very important at this step. At this step, we're talking to them about the property because you want to negotiate. You want to negotiate the price on the property, but in the next slide, you're going to see you're not buying the property. So you got to educate the owner on their dilemma, times of the essence, inform them that they cannot contract directly, and inform them that of course they cannot contract because their LLC is inactive. Now here is the next slide. Here, once the contract's accepted, you got to inform them that they need to sell you the LLC. That's one of the most important parts. You see, they cannot contract with you. The LLC, they cannot sign for the LLC. And what you'll have is a lot of owners of LLC say, well, I'll sign the warranty deed. The warranty deed doesn't mean jack because they can't contract. So you have them sell you the LLC. Does that make sense? Who knew that? You like this stuff? Hustle, man. So you're not purchasing the property, you're purchasing the LLC. The LLC owns the property.
Charles, hold on a second. Charles, you guys are dropping some ridiculous gems. I'm talking, these are $1 million gems you guys are giving out. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Please, please, let my guys get a hey! 2 claps from y'all. Back at you, Charles.
Thank you, buddy.
The biggest takeaway on this slide here, you are purchasing the LLC, not the property. You are purchasing the LLC, not the property.
So, what did I just say? You got to have a badass attorney. The attorney has to understand not just real estate, because trust me, I've met a lot of real estate attorneys, and I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. You got to have real estate attorneys who understand creative financing, and this is really technical stuff. So, one, have the attorney draw up the bill of sale for the purchase of the LLC. You need an authorization to release information from the owner and the LLC to you, to your company. Remember, from the owner, because you want all things owner, and you want all things LLC. It's 2 different things. Another thing you want to do, you want to get a power of attorney for all things LLC. That means from the owner and the LLC, right? So basically, you're capturing all their rights. You want to get an affidavit of fact. This is super important, guys. What I'm about to tell you. This deal does not get done without this. 1, the owner needs to state how many years he's not filed with the comptroller, because that's why he's inactive. You understand that? If you don't file your franchise tax with the state, you're going to go inactive with the Secretary of State. Note, I can't see you guys, I don't got my glasses. Undisclosed revenue for the years not filed. That's very important. Why is that important? Because every time you go file your franchise tax, they ask you how much did you make. The last thing you want is to find out this guy made $2 million, right? And what is the threshold? $1 million. But if they didn't make more than $1 million and they're disclosing to 80, whatever, you can fill out these documents yourself. However, we always try to get the owner to fill out the unfiled franchise tax forms for the years they didn't file. You can get them online, and or also fill out and submit the 424 form for the state, which is a certificate of amendment for the LLC. Why do you want to change that? Because now you want to be the registered agent, you want to be the managing member, and when that's done, right, who owns the LLC? There's more to come, guys. There's more to come. Trust me, there's more nuggets here. Right.
Who owns the LLC? And the LLC owns what?
The property.
The property, right?
You guys understand? Comptroller, state. Okay.
Clap 2 times, y'all. Oh, hold up. Clap 2 times, y'all. All right. They're with you.
My man.
All right. So Here we go. Negotiate the transfer of funds to the seller. You have to have the attorney with you on this because all this information is going to go into the deed of trust that you're going to record. Now, normally when somebody's doing a deal, right, you're buying a deal, right, and somebody's doing a loan for you, if you're doing a wraparound mortgage or even a bank, right, what do they file? A deed of trust to protect themselves. Well, in this case, we're going to draw up a deed of trust for you to protect you against us. Isn't that beautiful? Why? Because you ain't giving no money up front. Zero. You still got a clear title. And if I'm going to go dump $25,000 on taxes, I'm going to tie this property up. And I'm not going to go pay $25,000 in taxes and then have you just take the property from me. That makes sense? Okay, negotiate terms in the deed of trust, the funding payment. When do they get paid? You can put that in there. So on this deal, we said, hey, you get paid in 6 months. Okay? No monthly payments. A method for calculating the payoff. Why do you want a method for calculating the payoff? Because you don't want some title company telling you, hey, we got to call the original owner to tell us how much the payoff is. No, there has to be a method of calculating the payoff so you can close when you want to close, regardless if that owner decides to show up or not. No rights to sign a closing. The owner you remove all their rights to go to closing. So in essence, you can go to closing, have the title company call them, tell them, hey, this deal's done. That makes sense, guys? Why do you want this done? Because the last thing you want is for somebody to ghost you. Okay? So you're going to be working with your attorney on these things. Now, earlier I said the special warranty deed is nothing, right? Still get it. Get a special warranty deed from the LLC to your LLC. Get a special warranty deed from the owner of the LLC to your LLC. Why? Because if things go sour and you're the title company, and the title company for some ungodly reason tells you, I can't do this without the owner coming in to close. Okay, here's a special warranty deed. You see, it didn't mean jack when you got it. Trust me, it didn't mean nothing. But now that you got it and everything's reinstated, you're good to go. It's happened to us. Now, one thing I didn't put on here that's super important, you need to get all the original documents. For example, on this particular deal, the lady was in Houston, so we sent a notary to her at 2 in the morning. Luckily, she emailed those documents to our attorney and they were in good condition. Because once we were closing the very next month, and I mean the very next month, like it took us 30 days to do this deal. She ghosted us. Like she wasn't answering our calls, nothing. But what did my attorney have? He had all the documents, and our attorney can e-file to the county. So he had a clear copy of the special warranty deed. I told him, file a special warranty deed. I called the title company. I said, hey, what are you talking about? There's a warranty deed here. It changed the dynamics of the deal a little bit, but we still got paid. I sent her a text. I said, hey, call the title company. Your money's there. You don't need to come to closing. Boom. You guys like that? Are you guys finding value in this? Have you ever heard anything like this? All right, there's more.
To get a better understanding, guys, I want you guys to make sure you fully understand. So let's do a quick recap. Charles and I, with our team, found a property in a historic district. It was a duplex, right? The owner had an inactive LLC. We found it the day before, mind you, when I say 10 hours before closing, 10 hours before D-Day, 10 hours before, hey, this property gets foreclosed for $25,000 in taxes. This property was getting foreclosed for $25,000 in taxes. So we made the offer, but we had to go pay off the taxes the next morning because if not, it was going to get foreclosed. So this is where this comes into. We want to have her get the bill of sale. Hey, 123 duplex, we'll call it that, 123 duplex LLC. We're going to buy the LLC because we didn't want to pay off the taxes and get a deed from her because that deed is really not good because she didn't have the active LLC. So we got all the documents that Charles just broke down to you, all the documents, the LLC docs, the bill of sale, the authorization, the deed of trust, because she wanted money on top. She wanted money to do her deal, which we told her, hey, we'll do the deal. We'll give you the money, but not right now. We'll give it to you when we give it to you. And she said, when? And Charles said 6 months. knowing we were just going to wholesale it, but to be on the safe side, we'll give you 6 months. So she said, okay. So we did kind of like an owner finance deal. It was creative. We did a deed of trust. Hey, I'll pay you the X amount of dollars, and we'll show you the numbers here in a minute, in 6 months. Deed of trust was done. Calculating the payment method was done. We know what the payoff is going to be. It was just 200 flat for the most part. And we got it done. So we got the bill of sale. We own the LLC. Now that we own the LLC, we go to the court steps in the morning, say, hey, we're paying the taxes off of this house. Now the house is not getting foreclosed. And now we own the LLC, and now we own the house. So these are the documents that you guys need to have to do something along those lines. Now, this doesn't have to be with all the deals. You know, this one is particular because it was getting foreclosed the next day. But if they were just behind on taxes, whatever the case may be, still know that the LLC inactive, this is how you do it.
So the reason that we were able to do that, she was a little savvy. She was a Gold Star wife. She had bought a lot of property in the LLC. And, you know, she was very proud. We started out at 50,000. I wish I would have done 50,000 because you guys are going to see the amount right now. But she talked us up to 200. I said, hey, that's it. You take it or leave it. It's 9 o'clock at night. We're going to do this or not. But she wanted the money. I said, no, we can't give you 200,000. I still got your title. But what I will do is we'll do a deed of trust to secure your interest against us. In 6 months, if we haven't cashed this out, you can foreclose on us. She's like, great, let's do it.
You guys need to know the tension of that night. Mind you, we found the deal 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. We called her up. She's doing a Democratic event in Houston, right?
Yeah.
You know, she's doing that. We call her up, say, hey, this property, yada, yada. She goes, I know it's getting foreclosed tomorrow. Okay, we'll make you a cash offer. We'll go you 50 grand. And then we're gonna hit her with, we're gonna buy the LLC, yada, yada. She was so strong-willed that she would not take a penny less than $200,000. And I'm thinking to myself, and Charles and I, at this time it's 12:30, 1 o'clock at night. It's like, Charles, we have the bargaining power. She's getting foreclosed tomorrow. There's no way we're gonna give her $200,000. But she was not budging. We said, all right, you know, just forget it. You're gonna lose the property. And she says, okay, I'll lose the property. I'm walking away with less than 200,000. That was one of the strongest negotiations.
And here's the thing. You know what the ARV on that property was? 650,000 here in Monticello. And the property was in pristine condition. We didn't do one thing to it. It's beautiful, man. Now, that night, just to give you, we're running a little short on time, so I'm just gonna tell you what was going on that night. So Michael is really good about doing docs. So he's putting all the legal documents together. He's sending them to our attorney. He's sobering up and he's checking them. He's checking them on his phone.
We're talking about the deed of trust, the deed of trust, the bill of sale.
Yeah. So I'm doing the research, man. Now, you know, good at that. I'm doing researching the company, reaching them. Mario, he's our other guy. You know, he's finding a notary. He's talking to her, keeping her calm. We're getting a notary at our office, so everybody's working. We're at 2 o'clock in the morning, around there, boom, we got everything done. Only mistake I did on that deal, I was gonna send one of our other guys to collect the originals. But then I was like, you know what, she's gonna scan them over. Never leave the originals in the hand of them. If you gotta drive to Houston, go get those originals, because she almost ghosted us. So I didn't put that in here, but you guys need to remember that.
So we stopped the foreclosure because we own the LLC. And again, guys, the LLC owns the property and we own the LLC. So on this particular deal, we paid the property taxes and we stopped the foreclosure. That deserves a bam, 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 bam.
Do you like that stuff?
Let me get it. Let me get it.
Capture some LLCs. Man, everybody's sleeping on those things, man. You can make a lot of money.
Well, I'm sure people passed on a lot of deals by an investor owns that LLC.
By the way, it works with trust too. And we can show you how to find those people too if you guys want. So reinstate the LLC. We got to go a little quicker. Here's the steps. We got to reinstate the LLC with the comptroller. So we record the 424 with the Secretary of State. You are now the registered agent and the owner of the LLC. Record the franchise tax forms with the comptroller. Pay the penalties to the comptroller. They're about $50 here in Texas. The comptroller will reinstate the LLC with the SOS. Secretary of State will classify the LLC as active. Guess what? Boom. Who owns the LLC? You guys like that? All right, next one.
I tell you this, that makes sense, right? We got the LLC, now we had to reinstate it. That makes sense, raise your hand. Raise your hand, everybody, raise your hand. You can look to the person to your left or right, you're gonna give them a high five, you can say, turn up the hustle. All right. That makes sense then. Now I know. It makes sense. Bam, 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 bam.
Creative wholesale benefits. So what are the benefits is? You now can sell this property. You can take it down yourself. You can wholesale it. Because why? Title never changed. That's one thing. Remember? The LLC owns the property.
Break that down because I don't think they got that. The title never changed. What do you mean? What if I bought the house? What is it? What's the 91-day anti-flip rule? You can't sell a house in FHA, right?
Yeah, but it's still in the LLC. And who owns the LLC?
So
You
title
do.
never changed. We just bought the LLC.
Guess what? Since the title never changed, short-term taxes, man. Why do you want to change the tax? Why do you want to change the name on the title on the property and pay those high taxes? Right? You guys like that? So previous LLC owner does not have to come to closing to sign, have the title company call them. Then what are you doing is all said and done? Close out the LLC. Boom. Bankrupted, whatever. I'm joking, okay? Don't do that shit. But, close it out, man, and have an awesome CPA that can write off everything that you did.
Say hustle.
All right, you want another little nugget?
We got some time, right?
We don't get that much time, Mark. Yeah, I'm usually the one talking.
He likes to do a lot
I
of
like
stories.
to do a lot of jokes and stories, and he's keeping me. Here's the thing, man.
Keeping him
Buy
calm.
some stuff, man. At LLC, man. Then close out the LLC. Write all that shit off. You guys like that or what?
All right, so
Okay.
let's break it down. ARV, $650,000. The property was getting foreclosed in 10 hours. The LLC, which was inactive, owed $25,000. The seller was 100% certain, I don't care if you offer $199,000, I'm not signing it. I want 200 grand. I don't care if I lose the house because I'm already losing the house anyways. So you can make 200 grand happen, then let's do it. And she was real consistent. She was real firm on that. So we had to do 200 grand, even though she was losing it. We bought the property for $225,000. Now, what did we really buy it for? We actually just bought it for $25,000 because we did a deed of trust. I'm not going to give you 200 grand because you don't really own the house. The LLC owns the house and the house is inactive. Let me get the house first. Let me get the property first. Let me fix the LLC, and then I'll give you 200 grand. But I'm not going to give you the 200 grand myself because we got to wholesale it. And someone who buys it, they're going to give you the 200 grand. Right?
You don't tell her. Don't tell her that.
Closing costs paid for by the buyer. Profit, $145,000. Say hustle.
Hold on, Mike. Before you go to the next slide, let me ask you guys a question. So, how many of you guys? What's the average wholesale in your cities? 10,000, 15,000? Raise your hand.
15, 20.
20,000.
25 maybe.
Okay, 25. Okay, so let me ask you a question. How many man hours, data, caller, dialers, SMS? How much time are you putting in to get those $10,000 and $5,000 deals?
Takes time and money.
How about putting somebody to do some target research, find some of these LLC deals, spend a little bit of time researching them, and you can get them done. We did this deal in 30 days.
Well, we actually did it in 10 hours. For the
Well, I
most
mean, by the time we
part. By the time we sold it and all that good stuff.
yeah, by the time we sold it, man.
Right? So far, so good?
Let me get a 6-figure checks. Let's go.
Hey, if I see you guys doing some of these LLCs, man, hit us up, man. We
Pay
want to know
homage.
about.
Pay homage.
Now I see you teaching it. Props to you. Give us a little shout out, okay?
Affiliate fee, affiliate link.
That's the real HUD, guys. I don't know if you can see it.
You guys, no picture, but numbers don't lie. There it is. Right? It's a real deal. And
We did have to black out the address, but I'll tell you what it is. You can look it up if you want. But
HUDs.
that's the real HUD, man.
Any
I sent that. I sent that to Steve Trang. I don't know if you
Shout
guys
out
know,
to
but
Steve Trang.
we were on Steve Trang's show, and I sent him that. We actually sent him 297 pages of HUDs and stuff, and he looked at that one. He said, "Wow, that's pretty creative,"
So far, we got a few minutes. Any questions, guys? Because we definitely love. Okay. Q, how do you want to do the questions? Just shout it out, or
We do questions?
Yeah. Well, we're gonna set up this mic over there real quick.
we got about a good- we still got a few minutes.
Guys, remember, that was fire. Okay, so these are my boys. You don't have to have a huge social fucking media following to know your shit. I've sold deals to these guys. You're talking to some real ass people right now, okay? So make sure you really give them these awesome questions because they don't hold back nothing, man. It's my boys right here. Round of applause for Home Buy, Home Selling.
So we're an open book. We got about 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Ask us what you want to ask us. And I promise you, we're going to answer your question if we have the answer.
Right. Let's ask questions on this or sub twos. You know, sub twos is my thing, man. But let's ask questions. If you have questions on this, by all means, ask questions. We got about a good 9 minutes. So real quick, before we ask all questions, on three, ground zero, 1, 2, 3, ground zero, 1, 2, 3.
One thing, hold on. One thing that I told my guys at the office is this. It's very important for all of you. If you don't know the answer to something, if you're talking to a homeowner or a peer or someone, don't fake it. Don't get caught like a deer in the headlights. Just say, you know what? I don't know the answer to that question. So if I don't know the answer to some of your questions, that's what I'm going to say.
Michael Charles, first, thanks for dropping all that. That was awesome. Like, dude, we can implement this like Monday when we're back home. So this is awesome for us. Thank you. You did mention the IRS thing. Maybe you can just spend like 2 minutes just talking about that real quick about helping find them. And I didn't quite understand what you meant when you said send them an open letter.
Okay, so you have to have an attorney who deals with the IRS, right? You can't just send it can't be a regular attorney. So these attorneys, of course, know all the tricks and tips that they use to talk to the IRS. So you can have the attorney, you got to identify to the attorney, hey, look, I got this property, there's assets involved. I'm trying to find Mike here. I can't find him. So can you contact the IRS to see if they can contact him? So what he's going to do is going to put an asset letter together. He's going to send it to, it's basically an open letter, you know, so it's the letter inside an envelope, right? Addressed to whoever you're trying to send it to. And you put that inside another letter. Now you don't do it, he does it. He sends that letter to the IRS. The IRS then, as long as it's an asset letter, in other words, somebody owes money. What does the IRS try to do? What does the IRS try to do? They want your money, right? Well, guess what? They're going to contact that person, and they're going to forward that letter for you. Now, are you going to get a lot of letters sent back? Yes. But the ones that hit are fire. And the thing is, that person, once he gets that letter from the IRS, he's going to be like, what the fuck? Are they going to say that? So, and what's going to happen is he's going to call you, man, just like a telegram. They're always going to call because it's people are usually getting served, or they're getting they're getting a call or SMS. You're hitting them with a telegram, or the IRS is forwarding a letter. Because trust me, the IRS just doesn't forward your letter. They forward it in an IRS envelope with a letter attached explaining the situation, and then boom. But you got to have an attorney who's familiar with IRS, details, whatever.
Hey, I appreciate the value that you guys dropped. So my question is, what happens if the LLC owns multiple properties? Do you guys have to negotiate with the owner of the LLC to reinstate, and how do you guys negotiate that?
That's a very good question. So we ran into that situation a few times, and what's happened is we've been fortunate. Now a lot of those deals we wanted to show the big deal, but what happens is you can end up negotiating all the deals, or you can negotiate to transfer those deals out of the LLC so they can keep them. Now, there's a lot of trust involved. You got to have an attorney draw up documents that are going to be solid, where they're going to feel comfortable to do those transactions with you. But in some cases, they end up just, all right, I just want to sell all the properties. So if they're in trouble and they ain't paying, they're $25,000 behind. Well, what you usually found is they're behind on the other ones. We just didn't know about them.
Now, keep in mind, this deal was really intrusive because it was getting foreclosed the next day. So if it's not getting foreclosed, we have a lot more time to draw documents and do a deed of trust for one specific property versus all the properties. So, but yeah.
And we've never run into this, but technically, I mean, it comes down to trust, right? Or who you are. We've never run into this, but we've talked about this. What if we took over an LLC and they signed everything over and the LLC owned 3-4 properties? Do we jack them for those properties? Do we tell them, hey, you remember about these properties? No, of course, that we found out we would do the right thing. On one of our slides, it says we always do the right thing. And that's how we conduct our business. We've never run into a situation, but if we did, we've taken over properties, but if we did, we would make amends. We either deed them back out. Okay.
Good question.
Appreciate that.
My boy Jason wants to turn up the hustle shirt on. What's up?
Yo, hey, well, hey, thank you so much for all that. I already knew majority, just not how to run it. But yeah, I wanted to ask, as far as becoming the registered agent, once you acquire the LLC, do you have to have any sort of license as a broker
No.
or anything?
So a registered agent, you guys know what a registered agent is, right? It's just the person that gets served when the LLC is getting sued. So sometimes like owners will be the own registered agent. They're the person that gets contacted when some shit's going down. So a lot of companies will have professional registered agents, and you got to get through that mess. And there's a way of doing that. So a lot of these companies are based in the Northeast. You call them up, you're thinking you're finding the owner, and it's this professional company. And so there's a way to get around that. And I talked about some of those, but the registered agent really has no power but to, hey, I'm getting served, or unless he's the owner, you know what I'm saying?
And then I was gonna say once you acquire, like, let's say it does have multiple properties, and let's say the owner does give them up, or he doesn't know anything about it, and you're trying to give it back, he's like, nah, just give me my money and I run. You guys are just closing out the entire LLC with everything on.
Close it out, baby.
There it is.
Go buy some
Alright.
shit, man.
Hustle,
Close
baby.
it out. You guys understand when I say that, right? Go buy a nice car or a business car or some materials, desks, some shit, you know?
So first of all, this is really, really mind blowing, and I already have a couple of leads in my head that I'm like, oh my god, it's like I need to revisit these. But I had two questions. One, how do you vet? Because we've spent money on real estate attorneys that were just worth nothing. So how would you vet an attorney specifically for this kind of work?
You have to interview them, you know, you have to network, talk to players. There's a lot of players here in this room. Network and see who they're using, see what those attorneys are doing for them. You know, Q just told me about another badass attorney that I didn't even know. I mean, that's how you meet them, because trust me, they're not advertising this stuff. So you gotta network, you know.
Keep in mind, it was also 11 o'clock at night. You know, flat fee, it's hard to get a hold of an attorney, but we tell them, hey, 5% of the deal, and they know the numbers.
So our attorney will answer our call at 12 o'clock at night, trust me. I think you know him now, right? You like him? Yeah, he's badass, right? All right. See, he's trying to take him from us, playing video games and shit with him, man.
The other question I didn't quite grasp it though. But so when you're wholesaling the LLC, but the title is still in the owner's name, I don't quite understand how.
The title's not in their name no more.
It's not anymore. Okay.
No, the title is the name of the LLC that you own.
Oh, okay.
You own the LLC.
Okay, and we're able to just.
Why not? Yeah, that's the process.
Hi guys, thank you.
Hey guys,
great
one more
presentation.
question, and then for those of you that are waiting for the question, maybe you can ask afterward.
That's fine. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So if anybody has any questions, of course, you can come meet us at the Hustle booth. Before we close, of course, those are our links. You know, if you want to get in touch with us on the association group on Facebook, we always, anybody that joins that, you ask us a question, we'll get to you and we'll answer your questions, man. So that's actually open right now, but eventually it'll be a closed group. Go ahead, sir.
What does it cost to close the LLC? And what if the LLC has taxes owed for other income that it brought in before? Are you responsible for that?
Anything, when you're taking on an LLC, like the way we just talked about, you're going to inherit all that stuff. Okay? So when we do our due diligence, that we find, because we found that before, where somebody has like, you know, $300,000 federal tax lien. I mean, how are you going to get over that unless you can get a release? You know, for example, child support. What I'm about to tell you guys on child support, I know we got to go, but I want to drop this bomb. What I'm about to tell you guys, write it down, man. It works for us, but if it doesn't work for you, don't call me. I'm not an attorney. Don't fucking say Charles told me to do this shit, okay?
Hustle tip. Hustle tip.
Here's the deal, man. Who has come across properties where there's child support? And there's heirs that have child support, 25, 30,000. Okay, so let's do this. First of all, we never ask an heir how much they want for the property. We say, this is how much you're getting for this property. You see? Change the way you talk. and you'll capture more benefits of the property. They'll keep you there all day. But when somebody has child support, what we do is, hey man, I'm gonna give you $600 and I'm gonna try to save this property from tax foreclosure. You're gonna sign or not? Okay, we put that on the warranty deed. Not the $10, we put that on the warranty deed because that gets filed. And once that gets filed, it's recorded. And once it's recorded, it's what? It's what? It's documented and that's your receipt. Then you tell the title company, hey, contact the child support office, tell them that we picked up this property and we didn't know this sucker had a $25,000 child support lien, but we're willing to match what we paid them if they're willing to do a partial release. And every single time the child support office has been like, yeah, fuck it, we'll take $600. And now you got a partial release. You guys like that shit? There's more, man, there's more. But he won't let me say more.
So real quick, one more minute if you guys don't mind. So
My bad.
we got one more minute because we want to do one more thing. So we appreciate everyone that came out to Ground Zero. Give a round of applause for yourself, a round of applause for Q. Hold on. Before we get off, I do want to say one more thing. So we are outside this booth here, the HPHS booth, the Hustle booth. If you guys don't mind, you guys want to swing by, we are giving away an Xbox. You do have to put your little ticket in there. When you put your ticket in there, you will get a Hustle shirt. I think we have like 50 shirts. So we'll give out a few more shirts, but guys, please come see us at the Hustle booth, guys.
All right, so I'm RJ Bates.
Cassie the Hoss.
We're Titanium Investments. Who here's heard of us before? Not that many people, about half of y'all. Okay. So Cassie and I are honored to be on this stage. Michael, Charles, that was incredible information that y'all just gave.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're going to be doing some Q&A. So if you were some of the people that didn't get your questions answered and like they're not specific to them, make sure you guys write on your questions. We're going to do some Q&A throughout at the end, all that stuff. So
yeah, actually, we would like people to interact with us throughout our whole speech. I know everybody wants to do Q&A at the end, but really, guys, we came all the way here to serve you guys. So through our presentation, if you've got a question for us on how the hell we did any of that shit that he just said we've done, come up here, ask us a question, interrupt us. We're here to serve you guys, all right? There's some incredible speakers here. We had a feeling, an assumption that a lot of the people that were going to speak were going to be a little bit more technical, kind of like Michael and Charles were. I personally don't like to be technical on stage.
I do.
It's a me thing. I really like to just talk to you guys about what I feel like has really made Titanium Investments what it is. And that's our mindset, our mentality, and then also the relationships that we've been able to build around us. So
we're going to definitely talk about some things that were big milestone changers for us throughout our business, big growth points. So if your question is technical, don't be afraid to ask that because we're here for that. We're here, like RJ said, we're here to serve you. So he's going to tell you a little bit about our story.
Yeah, so back in 2012, Cassie and I started our first company together. It was Fairway Solutions. We were a consultant agency for general contractors. We helped roofing companies supplement their insurance claims. Basically, we made them get more money from the insurance companies, and we kept a spread. I'm telling that for a specific reason because it's going to come all the way back around at the end when we talk about relationships that we've built across our time. About 2013.
12? 13.
Mid 2013, I kind of had this idea that, hey, I'm an entrepreneur. I can do whatever I want. And we have all these employees that have never sold a roof before, but yet they're on the phone with insurance companies pretending to be roofers. And I was like, we could just slap a DBA on our LLC and become a roofer overnight. So we did that. I had sold roofs in the past. And so we legitimately became a roofing company for $20 in the state of Texas. And we started selling roofs. And fast forward through the story, we decided we wanted to go land a big job. Cassie and I were door knocking, and I literally kicked Cassie's ass out of the car. Kia Soul, no ladder, went to a neighborhood in Dallas by SMU, probably a $3 to $4 million house now. And she went up and door knocked. and it was a guy that had way too much money and he was way too young, and he liked the pretty lady at his door and said, sure, you can climb on my roof and tell me if it has hail damage. It did. We got the job. We made more money that day than we'd ever made in our entire life. When I went to pick up the final check, he said, do you do remodels? And I said, yes, sir, we do. Never remodeled a house before in my life. And he said, cool. I bought this house and I'm going to flip it. And the keys are in the mailbox. The job's yours. Just tell me how much it's going to be. So Cassie and I went over there, and it's still one of the worst houses we've ever seen. There was literally plumbing had failed, and there was just shit underneath the house.
Like Dookie, not.
Yeah, like literal shit. So we're sitting in the living room, and I'm looking at Cassie, and I'm like, I don't know how we're gonna do this. And she's like, don't worry.
I think it went the other way around. I think I said, how are we going to do this? And you said, you got this.
I was trying to give you some credit there, but yeah, that is how it went. So we figured it out because, you know, I had faith in my partner. She had faith in us. Basically what I decided is, hey, all we have to do is be the middleman, right? We have to find the person that could do this job and just facilitate this transaction for this gentleman. But during the whole process, what I kept asking him is, how did you find this terrible house in this nice of a neighborhood? And he kept saying things like, well, there's this guy that emails me deals and he's called a wholesaler. And this really interested me because very quickly what I learned is as the general contractor, I was the middleman, right? There was a seller and then there was the subcontractors, and I was facilitating between the two. But the wholesaler is essentially the same thing. There's a cash buyer and there's a motivated seller, and you're facilitating the transaction between the two, right? So this is how my brain was functioning back then without knowing anything. I was like, but a wholesaler doesn't have to go to Home Depot. They don't have to pick up paint or tile or flooring or anything along those lines. So we started looking into this a little bit more. I fell in love with the idea of real estate investing. I felt like this is what I was supposed to do in my life. I essentially neglected Cassie in our contracting business and Fairway Solutions. I just said, look, you're going to do this. I'm going to go figure out how to be a real estate investor. Okay. So for the next 4 months, I just ignored everything that she had going on in her life and just focused on how we were going to become a real estate investor. I've told this story many times, but it really got down to the point where I neglected it so bad, and the company got in such a bad position that we contracted a house to wholesale. And I said, look, we've got to pay $100 option fee and $1,000 earnest money. And if we do that, we're only going to have $11 in our bank account total for my whole family, her, everything. And I was like, but I know I can sell this. And so we did. And to this day, I still don't know how we survived on that little money. But
we had already done grocery shopping at that point.
But we made $11,000 and we never turned back. And on January 1 of 2015, I told her, hey, we're done. We're not going to contract anymore. We're only going to do wholesaling. And then that year we did right around $750,000 in assignment fees our first year.
Come on, y'all. Let me get a. So if you can't tell, my partner is real good at going beast mode. But the key factor in that still exists in our company today, that is one of the most important things in our growth throughout the time, is that he is excellent and has put it throughout our company through all these years. He's excellent at seeing the path start to finish. He's excellent at actually coordinating the entire process. So when it comes to different types of deals, creative real estate, not just wholesaling, when it comes to exit strategies, he's great at facilitating that start to finish. So that is one of the key things in our business that has been, a huge part of our success through the years.
So real quick to fast forward so we get to the more important things. From 2015 on, we've expanded to many different states. We have a branch in Hawaii. We have a branch in Alaska, Arizona. We've owned over 70 properties in St. Louis, Missouri at one point in time. We've done deals in Tulsa, Ohio, Alabama. But majority of our income, revenue, deal flow has been in the state of Texas. It's been a crazy journey. But the one thing is that we never had fear along the way. So that's one of the things that we want to talk to you guys about first is what are some of the things right now that you fear in your business? Eric, what's the number one thing you fear the most in your business right now? Saying eating too much pho.
Y'all hung over from lunch? Do we need to have like a break where you stand up and like shake it off?
So Eric says cash flow. That's his biggest fear. What about you, Katie?
The image of who I want to be, of the level that is, if I'm going to be good enough in that position.
Does anybody else resonate with that fear? Right? So that's one of my biggest fears, right? I learned that real quick is that people start elevating you on a certain state like platform, or you come to an event like this, right? And you see people like Carlos Reyes coming in with his blinging watch, his cool little outfit. Just so y'all know, I was here first wearing all black and white before he was.
Hey, two claps for him. Two claps.
So, but they come in, right? These guys are super successful, and then you start comparing yourself to them, right? That's one of my biggest fears is that I got elevated to some platform. Ed and I always talk about this. Ed is my good friend from North Carolina. I should say Ed and Taylor. They're both here. But Ed and I talk about this on a regular basis. Ed wanted to help other people, and people started elevating him on a platform. Why? Just because he wanted to help people? So now he has this underlying pressure that he's supposed to be something that maybe he hasn't achieved yet. Is that a fear anybody in here has? Okay.
It's also that pressure of feeling like you need to feel flawless, like you do everything perfect. Like I've never done a bad deal in my life. Incorrect.
What about Drew? Drew, what's your biggest fear? Right next to you, Elijah.
I'm brand new, so just the fear of the unknown, like the different steps and processes and stuff like that.
So are you afraid that you might fail?
Definitely.
Okay, so let me tell you this. From 2015 to today, even today, we fuck up all the time. Okay?
For sure.
But that's how we've gotten better. Okay? I've literally had people come to me and say, but y'all are titanium. How did this deal go so bad? And I'm like, I don't understand that statement. What do you mean? I'm just a human. Cassie's just a human.
We
We're
put
trying
both of our
every
pants
day.
on one leg at a time, just like everybody else.
Because we got asked to be on this platform. I think the only reason why I'm on this platform is because I interviewed Q on a podcast and I've supported him. There's people in this crowd that have done more than we have, right? But we don't have that fear, okay? Fear, this is what fear stands for us. It's the false evidence appearing real, okay? So any kind of fear, we covered a couple of them, but there's got to be a fear out there that you guys have that is holding you guys back from doing something, doing more, okay? So we're going to continue to talk about this as we go forward and what has built Titanium to this point. But our biggest thing is that we embrace this, that any fear that we have is not really the fear. It shouldn't be there. It's just false evidence appearing real.
And we've also learned to take our failures and use them as fuel. And I don't know if y'all understand that, but if you take your fear and your failures and use them as fuel, put that in the gas tank, use it to make you see your way through it, to plan your way through it, to have plan B, to use all of that. And I think that that is one of the biggest changes for us. I think that that's been one of the biggest things, like where fear can be debilitating or it can make you go very slow, if you turn it into fuel, that will change your game.
Who here is a parent? Okay, a lot of y'all, okay? So I got asked a question and I was really embarrassed because I couldn't answer it. Somebody asked me who my hero was. And I naturally went to people that are in the spotlight, famous, I started thinking about people that I guess I admire for certain things that they can accomplish, right? I'm a huge New England Patriots fan and I love football. So I was like, Tom Brady. But then I'm like, is Tom Brady really my hero?
I don't even know him.
Right, I don't even know him. I mean, what if the guy's a douchebag, you know, when you talk to him? I mean, I don't really know him. And then I started thinking about other famous people, and I couldn't really come up with anybody, so I just basically said, I don't know. I couldn't come up with anybody. But recently, I found my hero. I'm going to try not to cry through this. This is my son, Trinity Bates. He had the opportunity to play a hockey game at American Airlines Center where the Dallas Stars play. And as a dad, I was so nervous. Like, I was like, man, this is so freaking cool that he gets to do this. I never got to do anything like that. Played sports my whole life. And I could see he was nervous. And I'm like, man, like, just, God, please just let him go out there and enjoy this opportunity, right? But then I saw like something overcome him, and he didn't know any better. He didn't have the fear of playing in American Airlines Center in front of all these people in a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because he didn't know any better. So he just went out there and he had a great time. He played the best game he's ever played. He scored a hat trick. For those of y'all that don't know, that's 3 goals. It's the only hat trick he's ever had in his life. And that's him and his little buddy, Laney, fist bumping after his 3rd goal. And I was so proud of him because he scored a hat trick and he was so excited about it. But he had a teammate who had never scored a goal before. And that teammate scored a goal, and you would have thought that he had just like received the coolest toy of all time. He skated harder than he could skate the entire game to go hug his teammate. And at that point in time, I realized that, hey, that's my hero right there. Like, kids, they don't know any better. They don't have this pressure that we have, that we put on ourselves, that when we come to an event like this, we put this unnecessary pressure on ourselves that isn't really supposed to be there.
And sometimes that pressure could come from like your family and stuff too. Like especially if you're starting out and you're like a one-man show, people are like, what are you doing? I experienced a lot of that when we first got started, not even in real estate, but our very first business. It was like fear from other people and learning how to overcome that. So whatever your fear is, one of the things that I want you guys to take away from this is I want you to identify the biggest fear that you currently have, like write it down. If you don't know it off of the top of your head, write it down. I want you to identify that, and then I want you to start working your way through that fear. Overcome that fear, and if it's in your business, if it's a fear from those around you, a spouse, a parent, a sister, brother, whoever it's coming from, even if it's not yours, whichever one is stopping you the most from doing what you're called to do, identify that and start working your way through it, because it's a process. It's not just a choice, a one-time choice. It's not like it's a daily choice to process through that.
All right, so real quick, mindset. I think we're going to take a little bit of a different approach to this topic. The HBHS guys, they come in here and they talk about turn up the hustle, right? That is who they are. They have embraced that mindset, okay? That's a culture that they've built for their company and for themselves. Cassie and I have a mindset that we have embraced as partners and as individuals. We have very large aspirations for ourselves, okay? We want to own 1% of the United States. Now, I've had people tell me, some people in this room, that's stupid. You're never going to get there. That's like $1.5 trillion worth of real estate. You'll never get there. You're right. But I'm going to work my ass off every single day to get there. And maybe I'll fail, but that's okay. I fail every day, right? I already told you all that. But one day I'm going to look back and realize, look what we just did. That's incredible, right? That's our mindset. You guys have to come up with your own mindset. As technical as some of these people have been today, Brent Daniels talking about talk to people, right? You got the HBHS guys coming up here and talking about these buying LLCs and this creative financing solutions. We're gonna have Ty Lassiter come up and he's gonna talk about capital and how to use other people's money, I'm assuming, based off of his title and knowing him a little bit. These are very technical things, but if you don't actually take the mindset and set yourself out there and push yourself to achieve these things, and you go home and you don't utilize any of these technical things these people are going to teach you, it's all worthless, right? So this is something that we always keep track of. One of these days, that's going to be a lot more full than it is today, but that's how we keep track of how we're getting close to that 1%.
It looks super cool when you zoom in.
So as you zoom in, and this is something that I would ask each and every one of you, because I love doing this. When I have a bad day, I go back, it's on Google Maps, I drop a pin on each house that we've ever bought or sold, and it reminds me of what we've been able to accomplish, right? Someone told me this way back in 2015, and I did it. And just the other day, I was showing Dutch and Lo and Edwin in the office. I was like, hey, watch this. Look at this. When we zoom into DFW, look how many hundreds of properties we've been able to move. Look how many lives we've been able to impact. Like, this is pretty cool to think about, right? So, Ms. Cassandra, I know this is something that you want to talk about. You brought it up with the women's panel earlier.
I did bring this up a little bit earlier with the women's panel, but I think that this has just also been a huge turning point for us. I think that you have to not just master fear. You don't just have to master your trade. You have to master yourself. And one of the concepts of my life, and it's so applicable in business, is knowing myself, being mindful of what affects me and what affects others. And one of the most important things, and I mentioned it earlier, is being a leader in my own life and being a leader, for my partner. I don't know what I would do without this man, but every day I want to be a good enough leader for him. And he leads me every day. So it's not leader in that traditional sense of the word. You have to go through this life. You have to build this business, whether you're one person, like I said earlier, or whoever you're dealing with. You could be dealing with a vendor, and how you carry yourself, how you react in that space is being a leader. If you're focused on that and you're growing on that 1% every day, that was a goal that we made for ourselves, and that was a huge game changer for us. It actually took a lot of pressure, I think, off of us. That pressure that we talked about earlier, that perfection, of that unattainable perfection that we put on ourselves, that other people put on us. We had something to prove, this, that, or the other. Realizing that, and this actually is mentioned, I think, in the same book that I mentioned earlier. If you're just doing it 1%, growing 1% a day in each area of your life, but us focusing in on being that leader in your home life, being that leader in your business, for your team, for yourself, it really has been such a game changer for how we even just function throughout a day. Our mood, our mindset, everything, it affects everything. So it ties into mastery of all of those things.
Aaron, do you have a microphone? What position is number one in a company, typically?
Your mic's not on.
Who's number two? COO, right? So this was something that Cassandra and I struggled with because of immaturity, okay? I am the CEO. This is what position I'm supposed to be in. I'm the visionary. I hit all of those traits. She is the COO. She hits all of those traits. This is what we're supposed to be in our company, right? But in immaturity, I thought that meant you are submissive to me, right? That's what I thought. What I found out is when I became submissive to her, that's when our company started exploding. That's when
Wow.
things
Come
started
on, y'all. Come on, y'all. He's getting those gems out.
So as the COO, I don't know if y'all pay attention to any of like the DISC, the profile test, anything like that, but it really did make a huge, huge difference for us. It's my job to steer the ship. It's his job to be the ship. So it was a matter of just recognizing that that's like a huge leadership point that RJ achieved. And you know, I before that, I'm like, I felt like I was failing all of the time, but it was just recognizing it.
Hey, Kimberly, can you come down here, please? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Come on.
Mic check, 1, 2.
Oh, we didn't warn you about this?
What decided to make your hero your son?
What made me decide that my hero was my son? Seeing the lack of fear in his eyes. I mean, seeing how much I could respect him. Okay? Men need respect, women need love. Okay? This is something that my sister taught me way back when. My sister hasn't taught me many things, but she taught me that. And I learned that real quick. And seeing that I respected him so much. Come on, all the way up. And hey, seeing what he was able to accomplish that day and just seeing how he carried himself, I wish that I could do that every day. That's why. So we have this slide. Someone needs to hear your voice. This is our friend, Kimberly. Kimberly, where are you from?
From Virginia.
Okay. So tell them a little bit about the impact that our podcast, our videos, Aaron's podcast, Aaron's videos have had on your life.
Where do I start? Okay. A lot of you don't know that I invested an awful lot of money to people who basically just took me for money. When I got angry enough and I paid myself back with interest for what they took from me, I started to listen to podcasts. And I'm not really sure how I got caught up in Aaron, but I vetted him really hard on every turn, every question, anything I had.
Watching.
Yes. And then he had RJ on, and the statement, wow, okay. I'm really aligned with God. My spirit is always aligned. And you were talking about, I don't remember the exact specific one, but you were talking about how you sat down with the lady, like one of your very first.
Mm-hmm.
And I went, okay, Lord, you can do this. Because in my mind, I work for corporate America, okay? Their bottom line is, Kimberly, go and fix this. We don't care what it costs. Just keep it amongst the budget. And I help a lot of people every day, but I don't feel anything with it. And I had this competing situation in my head that I thought, well, in order to be good at business, I had to be non-emotional, which is not who I am, those of you who know me. He brought something out of me. He brought out a lot. Aaron gave me a lot of confidence and belief again in the fact that it could happen, to the point where I put him up on my dash, and as you know, you're not supposed to look at the dash at the camera on your phone while you're driving, and I drive all the time. So RJ, when Aaron had RJ on, or RJ, no, RJ Bates. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I just did that.
It's okay. I put you spur of the
yes,
moment.
You did. Okay, so when he had him on, and I heard that I had been praying specifically, okay, Lord, you're going to have to absolutely show me, can this be done and me be who I want to be in Christ? And his story made me cry and made me just like really get centered with God, to the point where I just knew. I mean, I absolutely knew. And I continued to pester my husband about it. And it was my husband is a federal police officer for Homeland Security. And I know when he's sitting in dispatch earning our tax dollars. So I'd send things over. I mean, like Aaron is like a bad word in our house. Like I know Aaron said, I'm like, yeah. So RJ, I could actually send stuff over, and because that's the way my husband receives and that's the way it touched him, it changed everything. Our marriage was starting to go in separate directions because I knew what I wanted to do. And he was like, oh, this is your thing. Go on, do whatever you're going to do. I think it was the second podcast that I talked to you on was the one that finally hit my husband. And I can't explain to you how much it changed our lives, for the fact that, number one, it's always there. If you miss something, you can go back and forth. I like that. Number two, it gave us that sense of solidarity, that there were other people out there with us, and that we can do this no matter what your spiritual affiliation is, no matter what you think, what you feel, it's there. And these podcasts have just absolutely touched me so much, and my husband. And I told RJ, when I get to meet you for the first time, I'm probably gonna cry. And if I hadn't have absolutely offended his wife yesterday, I would have. So, and she knows what I'm talking about.
I wasn't offended.
I was tired. Aaron just put me to task yesterday like crazy. And I saw Cassie, and I didn't remember what her name was. It was like, how could I forget her name? So, but
I'm not that
I
important.
almost cried.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
So the reason
Thank
why
you.
I wanted to bring Kimberly up here and share that is because we always say someone needs to hear your voice. Okay. When we started the podcast, I had like 348 friends on Facebook. Nobody knew who I was. I had this crazy idea. I was like, Cassie, I'm going to start this podcast.
A lot of our stories start out with you having a crazy idea.
Because I want to give back to the real estate investing community the way it gave back to us. Okay. Hearing Kimberly come up and share that story, she shared it with me yesterday. I was blown away, because that's the whole reason why we do this, right? But it's also given back so much to us. And we continually are able to build relationships through sharing our journey, okay? This is the first ever mastermind that we ever attended. I'm gonna get over here. That's back when I had hair. This is my big head right here. I wanted to share this because this picture was taken. I didn't know this picture was being taken when it was. But I'm talking right now, and I'm in a room, I'm in a mastermind, and the body language on the different people in this room, okay? We got Manny over here. This is Manny right here. Manny is obviously thinking about what he's gonna eat for lunch, right? Manny's like, shut up, RJ. His partner though, Beto, look, he's like in love with me right now. Like he wants to make out with me. He's like, and he turned out to be my brother, man. I love that guy. The guy behind him, he's
I don't
high.
remember his name.
Like I don't know. Adrian behind him, he's doing what he always does. That other guy, he's stuck up. Like, I don't know. He's like, shut up, young buck. You don't know what you're talking about. But then I want y'all to remember the guy with the gray polo, Ryan Shalaba, okay? This is the day that we met Ryan Shalaba. Really great guy. Young, early 20s, great connection, okay? And somebody that I consider a friend. He's from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and we've stayed in contact with him since. But I wanted to share this so y'all can kind of see, as maybe when you're sharing your story or you're letting people hear your voice, maybe it doesn't resonate with everybody, right? Maybe way back in the back, Carl, this doesn't resonate with Carl, right? He wants to get super technical and figure out how he can make $84,000 on a piece of land that he only invests $500, right? He's got the right mindset, so maybe it doesn't resonate with him. But maybe this resonates with Katie, okay? That's okay. All we're trying to do is touch somebody in this room like we touched with Kimberly, okay? So relationships are everything to us. Literally, our entire company is built around relationships. I look around this room, we have relationships with a lot of you people, okay? Some of you, it's because you've been able to come on the podcast, be guests on there. Some of it's we've joint ventured, we've done deals, but our entire company would not exist without relationships. Our whole company started from a friendship. Cassie and I were friends
For years.
many, many years before we ever thought about going into business together. Okay? Last night, when we were all at the bars and we were drinking, who here created a life-changing relationship?
My boys.
Two. I know you got one of the couple in the back. All right.
So that's another objective.
Eric, come on. You got to come up here.
It's another objective while they're walking up here, you guys. Create at least one lifelong relationship while you're here. Like, put it on your to-do list.
So,
it's worth it.
So Tang texted me earlier this week, and he's like, hey, what are y'all doing on Wednesday? And I'm like, I don't know, getting ready to go to Ground Zero. Aren't you the token Asian guy? Aren't you going to be at Ground Zero? And he's like, let's go to lunch. I'm like, dude, Cassie's sick. Cassie literally was almost dead this week. Like, she couldn't get out of bed on Monday or Tuesday.
So worried about having a voice.
So I'm sitting there, and I'm like, what does Tang want? Like, we're going to be at the same thing on the next day.
I will see you the next day.
But these guys came, they sought us out, made sure we ended up in the same trashy, stinky little bar together last night that made the bartenders look like they were 2 foot tall. And we started talking. And I originally, did y'all want to talk about data?
Yeah, that's what it started out as, was data.
You wanted to talk about data and skip tracing, right? So that's what the original intentions were. They were like,
it was just to find out if the bartender was to prove a point.
Right. Is the bartender really 2 foot tall? So we got to talking, and remember that first company that we ever started, Fairway Solutions, right? I want to bring that up because mine and Cassie's background is in the production and supplement side of roofing companies. I don't remember why this got brought up or if you were just dropping like a sidebar or what, but somebody said, we're thinking about starting a roofing company. And I'm like, hold up now. I just started a roofing company last week. And they were like, what are you talking about? I'm like, yeah, Roofing Solutions of Texas. See, our partner in Hawaii, and the reason why we have a branch in Hawaii is because my childhood best friend from 5th grade, Elijah De La Garza, owns a roofing company in Hawaii. And he systematized that whole business to the point where we can actually go out and give a bid and have a budget on any roofing material in less than 10 minutes after we measure the roof. So he's systematized this. And Elijah called me and said, hey, I just set up the LLC. You're the proud owner of a new roofing company. I need you to figure out how to do sales and marketing. Build me a team. So for anybody who doesn't know Tang and Eric, these guys are masters with sales and marketing.
What's up, guys?
So we start talking, and I'm like, we could do the production side of things.
That was the side we were actually trying to figure out,
Right.
Yeah.
So they don't know how to do production, and I don't want to do sales and marketing. And the next thing you know, we start talking. 30 minutes later, it's like, hey, we're meeting on Monday to figure out how we're going to run a massive operation on a roofing company. This is the kind of relationships that can be built at these types of events, right? So I know somebody else in the back said that they have a life-changing relationship they built last night. Was it something similar to this? All collaborating. Exactly. These guys' office, y'all wholesale, y'all flip, rentals, everything, same thing we do. How far away is y'all's office from us? 10 minutes?
10
No,
minutes.
you just drove 20.
Yeah.
This is our competition, right? But in all reality, it's not. If I can bring something to the table for them and they can bring something to the table for us, it's an opportunity to collaborate, right? And this room is full of those opportunities, okay? So we just want to share that with you guys. I'm super excited to take over the roofing industry with you guys. So
I'm gonna put this out there right now. That company was created last night, pretty much.
Yeah.
We'll break $1 million this year. I'll tell you that easy.
For sure.
Easy.
For sure.
Let me get a 2 claps, y'all.
All right, so get out of here. Your time in the spotlight's over with. The next one is Miss Nicole Espinoza, the short sale queen. This is one of our good friends. You can stay seated or you can come up if you want. I want you to come up here.
She's like,
So Nicole reached out to us before she was the short sale queen. Like, yes. Why'd you call me?
So I was growing my business.
Yep.
So I was like 30 or 40% referral. I mean, I was still doing about 20 to 30 deals a month. This was a while ago. This was like 2014, 15, something like that.
Probably 15.
Yeah, 2015. And I have always had this mentality, if my phone's not ringing, I got to do something, right? You got to figure it out. So I was like, okay, who does not know me? Like, who do I need to work with? Who do I need to collaborate with? So I literally was on Facebook and I was looking up like investors, and I've always worked with the home investor franchises. So I'm like, okay, I already have them. So like, let me have more relationships. And when you run a relationship business, you can't scale with you don't know when your phone's going to ring. You know, when you prospect, you can do numbers like that. So anyways, so I found their company. I'm going to be honest, I don't even remember how. I just started writing down a bunch of names and I started cold calling. And I called him and his immediate response was like, oh, you're a realtor? And I was like, hold on. And so, I mean, honestly, I don't remember. I just remember we met for.
You took us to lunch, and she tried to explain the whole short sell thing to us, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't understand. You're wanting me to go find deals that aren't deals, and then I'm going to give them to you, and then you're going to make it a deal? Like, this seems like a lot of extra work. But she was like, you're wasting leads. You already have deals that aren't deals that you're just passing on, right? And at that point in time, it kind of, the light bulb went off. And since then, I don't know how many deals we've done, but we've been able to travel. She clearly thinks I'm the funniest person on the planet. That's why I use this
so
picture.
Clearly RJ picked these photos.
But we've been able to travel to many different events together, speak. We got to go to New York City together, spend like 4 days. I consider her one of my closest friends in this industry and just personally. We talk all the time about how lonely it is as an entrepreneur. Does anybody in this room feel lonely as an entrepreneur? Right? Nobody talks about this. You talked about it earlier. Your mental health is so important as an entrepreneur. And having this relationship with Nicole, I have Cassie. I love Cassie. Cassie's in the trenches with me though. Like, there's only so much that I can bitch and moan about with Cassie before she's like, I'm right there with you, asshole. Like, I understand. But I could call Nicole and be like, it's so bad. You know,
What's in the air? What's going on?
I just had to run payroll for 11 people.
Hey, you know what? It was real.
It was, right? These are legitimate conversations that we have. You need to have people like that, okay? So, Nicole, I love you, and thank you for being a part of our team, okay? So, one other thing that I want to talk about, we got to go pretty quick because it says we only got 3 minutes. Daniel Moore from Propelio and Ryan Harper from Propelio gave us an opportunity way back when. They convinced us that lights and cameras were not a scary thing. Okay, when I started my podcast, I did audio only because I was like, I'm afraid of talking in front of people. Okay.
They helped us conquer a fear, for sure.
And they asked me to be on Propelio TV, and I said, no way. That's cameras, that's lights, not doing it. And then a year later, I did it, and I fell in love with it. And without them, we wouldn't be up here today. But this relationship also gave us a show on Propelio TV. Remember that guy back at the first Mastermind, Ryan Shalaba? There he is on Propelio TV like 4 years later, interviewing him. That's quite possibly one of the greatest interviews we've ever done together. It's about an hour and a half. If you want to learn how to scale a flipping business, you should go watch that because that's one of the best business interviews.
So much value.
But because Daniel Moore and Ryan Harper, we built a relationship with them and they made us better. They elevated us. We're up here today, now able to speak in front of you and pour into you guys. And then we have our team. So in the back, we got Lo, we got Dutch. I don't know where Edwin is, but this is our new Titanium Investments team. We have completely revamped who we are as a company and built relationships with people like Dutch. Are y'all excited for Dutch tomorrow to perform?
Let's get it. You better get ready.
Man. So Dutch put himself out there with his music, with his videos, and that's how that relationship came about. I reached out to Dutch and I said, dude, who's doing your videography? And he's like, me. I'm like, what are you talking about? You're in your videos. How do you do the videography and you're in the videos? And he's like, because I'm a badass. That's why. No, he's like, I just have other people, move the camera and then I do the editing. And that turned into come film us one day, to let's do some videos together, to why don't we start a media company? Why don't we start a podcast? Why don't you do acquisitions, dispositions? Why don't you just become a part of our family? And so now Dutch is a part of Titanium. That led to Edwin. And then Lo, she's a part of our team. She's been with us for like 10 and a half months, right around there. Just somebody that has completely changed the dynamic of Titanium as a whole, because we're all a lot more relaxed. She has a great personality. She's like a stand-up comedian in the office. It just changes that dynamic, right? So the whole point is about the relationships that we've been able to build, okay? Yes, there are a lot of other people. I do want to throw out real quick, Miss Katie Apperson.
We're out of time.
We are out of time. How much time do I have, Q? He ain't listening. Katie is someone that is also become a part of our little family. Not officially, like she doesn't wear the Titanium gear because I haven't convinced her that much.
I got you, bro.
But she's she's kind of a part of our family. So once you start wearing the shirts, then you get a slide, Katie. Okay, that's how it works.
We're in the video. I made sure.
So a couple things, 3 takeaways we just want to give you guys, something that we've done in the past couple months that really changed our mindset. Read Extreme Ownership, okay? Changed our lives. If you haven't read Traction, read Traction. If you have read Traction and you've implemented it, use 90 to actually track your VTO, your rocks, your L10s, all of those things. If you've read Traction, all that makes sense to you. Aaron, go do it. Not like you did when you were going to sign up for Next Level Flipping. Actually do it. Use 90.
Wow.
Dude, it's really a cool thing if you've read Traction.
All right, guys. Does anybody have any questions? Any questions? Man, that is so amazing. Cassie, we did such a good job. We literally answered all of their questions. Not one person here has any questions. Thank you guys so much. We'll be out in the lobby. Thank you.
How many of us are here or married, or we have a significant other, that spouse, that person in our life that supports, no matter what we do, that supports us in our business? Show of hands, a lot of us in here. So I want to thank my wife. My wife manages my personality and my craziness. I don't know how, but I want to thank her. And we've got our oldest son is here today. Keegan, come up, say hi real quick. So our oldest son is here and he's 11. And then we've got 2 daughters. She's managing everything that's going on with our daughters back home somehow. And I don't know how she does it, but everybody, when they get a chance, say hi to to my wife, Kara. Say hi, Keegan.
Hi.
All right. You can't stay up here too long. Everybody's going to think you're a lot cuter than I am. So raising capital is, in our business, it's the #1 thing that we do. But connecting capital to wealth is what gave me purpose for my business. And so RJ said it very, very well with mindset earlier. And I actually, somebody, I think it was Katie earlier, said that their biggest fear was feeling like they belong in this business and in their business and what they're doing. And I had that same fear. I had that same mindset issue. I started flipping houses 10 years ago on the side. And I flipped houses just one after the other after the other. My brother and I got in and partnered and started doing that. But we had no purpose in what it is that we were doing. So we were just following through with the transaction over and over. And there was no end value or end purpose that we were providing to any clientele. And so I had always heard your network is your net worth, but I didn't really know how to comprehend that. And so back to what Katie's fear was and what my fear was, you know, I didn't feel like I belonged because I didn't have that purpose. And about 3 years ago, I ended up hiring a real estate coach and a real estate advisor that helped working with me on that. And the first thing that he said was, act as if you belong. And it made me revert back to college. And I played football in college. And my college football coach told us as freshmen coming in, when we would start playing, once we got a starting spot and got to play, he would set all the new starters down and have a conversation. Look, when you score, if and when you score, act as if you belong. If you act like a jackass and go celebrate and running across the field and you get a penalty, you're going to run until you puke. And so he said, act as if you belong. And, you know, as a kid, as a little boy growing up, I always wondered, you know, I want to score a touchdown in college. I want to play college football and I want to score. And I never thought about what I would do when I did. And he set me down and he said, just act as if you've been there before. And so when my real estate and business coach told me that, I kind of started, you know, changing my mindset about when I walk into a room, when I walk into an event, when I go to speak in a meeting to an investor who's sitting across from me at their desk or at my desk or on the golf course or wherever that may be, act as if I belong because I've done my due diligence. I have worked my butt off to get to where it is that I am right now. There was a purpose that meeting was happening or that event's happening that I was speaking at or whatever. And so I'll talk to you a little bit more about my presentation. I'm going to go through it here in a minute, but I like to speak a lot one-to-many. And so when I'm raising capital, we do events, we do these dinner events, and we'll bring a number of people into that dinner event that are interested in investing, and then we'll share with them what it is that we do. And so it makes it to where I can do one meeting to 25, 50, 100 people without having to do that exact same meeting 100 times, right? But I use this same presentation, whether it's in that one-to-many or one-on-one. And so when I started acting as if, and then I started creating a purpose in my business almost 3 years ago after I hired that coach, I went from doing about a deal a month, doing a fix and flip a month to, he said, look, you've got to start building wealth. And he started talking about how everybody in here know who the Rockefellers or the Vanderbilt families are, right? We've all heard about them. They built America, okay? And so he started explaining that those families, they bought and sold real estate, but they held real estate also. And there's a way to do that. And they didn't build their wealth. They didn't start with their wealth. They built their wealth by using other people's capital and people that maybe didn't have the expertise in real estate that they had. And so I started, you know, I looked back and I was like, I've got almost 7 years of real estate experience. I know what I'm doing. I can start connecting people's capital to wealth. And that became our purpose, connecting capital to wealth. And when I had a purpose for my business began to grow quickly. And, you know, once you start acting as if you belong and you come in and you take control to whatever event that you're at, whatever meeting you're at, you're going to have people that start doubting you. You're going to have people that start talking bad about you. You're going to have people that start telling you you're never going to amount to anything or it's never going to happen. Those people and what they say, write this down. I want you to write this down. What other people say about you is none of your business, okay? What other people say about you is none of your business. When you have purpose and you have a value that you're going to provide to your clientele, you stick to that value. And whatever you do, you focus on that and you keep moving forward. And, you know, I'm not going to bring politics into this, but you can have a 46% approval rating and you can be the president of the United States, as we see right now, right? You don't need 100 people's vote of confidence. You don't need 100 people or 100% of everybody to go along with what it is that you do, right? You need to start with 1%, then 10%, and keep moving up, okay? But your network is your net worth. And so I started understanding what that means once I started raising capital. When I started raising capital and I was introduced, one of my coaches introduced me to somebody, I really realized what network and net worth meant. So that person that my coach introduced me to, I've got, going to have the pleasure of bringing him up tomorrow. So everybody in here know who Vanilla Ice is, right? So Vanilla Ice is a relationship that I created that really, or that I have, that really I started understanding how that network can build my net worth. And I was introduced to him, and then he introduced me to a number of other people, and it continues to build from there. So write this down too. It takes one person or one introduction or one relationship to change your life and your business forever, okay? And so tomorrow when I bring Rob up, I'm gonna talk to him about that relationship and how we built that and how I've leveraged his network to start growing my network and start making it much easier to raise capital. And when you can raise capital, when I raise $100,000, that $100,000 gives me the buying power in real estate for my company, for Key City Capital, to make $36,000. Okay? So I raise $100,000 and I can make $36,000. I can go out and that $100,000 will allow me to do 3 deals when I partner it with other private lending. Okay? And so that $100,000 gives us the buying power to buy those 3 deals. Well, I have an acquisitions company too. So we're able to buy properties from my acquisitions company. So I still wholesale deals. We're at a wholesaling event. A lot of these people here do wholesaling. I still wholesale deals every now and then. But my priority is how can I keep this deal? If I can wholesale it to my partnership, I can make enough money to cover my marketing, to cover my overhead. And that's what we're all looking to do, right? We're looking to cover that overhead, and then we're looking to build wealth. Okay? And so now once I've raised that money and I can buy those properties that we're sourcing, then I can hold those properties. And over the next 5 years, that partner that has come in and partnered with us or invested with us can earn 90 to 100% on their investment and double their investment in about 5 years. So now we're connecting their capital to wealth, and that's purpose, right? And so that's why your network is your net worth. One relationship, that relationship builds and builds and builds and continues to build. All right, so what I'm going to do, this presentation, I'm going to go through my exact presentation that I use when I'm pitching to raise capital. But what I want you to do, so this presentation normally takes me about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes, so I'm going to run through it as quickly as I can. But now, if everybody goes and does what I'm about to tell you to do right now, we're going to have internet problems. So if you don't get on there right now, if you have some issues, wait till tonight till you get back to your hotel room or anything. But I want you to go to tylassiter.com, T-I-E, just like you tie your shoe, Ty Lassiter, Lasater.com. And if you'll register on there, I'm actually going to send you my presentation. Okay, I'm going to send you the presentation that I used to raise capital. It's the same presentation that I've used to raise $17 million in the last 2 years. All right? And so I'm going to go through this presentation really quickly, slide by slide, showing you exactly how we go about presenting this to raise capital. All right? So a little bit about yourself to start off, right? But then you want to start out and you immediately tell in your meeting who you serve, what you do, and then why you do it. And then you're also going to go into what you do not do. You want to weed out as quickly as you can the people who aren't your clientele, okay? The people who aren't going to work with you. Because remember I said you don't have to have 100% of everybody that you come across working with you, okay? So you want to get to those who are going to be your partners as quickly as possible, all right? So we go through and who we serve really quickly. Our big 2 is high net worth individuals and retirees, okay? So think about what we're doing in here with real estate. How do you get your list for properties that you're going to buy? You go in and you buy a list. Sometimes we'll buy a list from ListSource, right? So you go in, you buy a list from ListSource, and you're going to buy non-owner occupied, extended, maybe they've owned it for 10 plus years or something like that, right? Well, on the flip side, when you're raising capital, you want high net worth individuals, you're going to go in and you're going to find somebody who owns an expensive house and has lived in it for 10 plus years. Those people have money and they have equity in their house and they have equity that they can invest with you to do deals with, right? So it's the same concepts that you use on finding properties that you do finding those investors, all right? So that's the high net worth individuals, how we find those. And then the retirees are people looking to retire soon, because those people, I'm going to go into the 4 keys of wealth, the 4 keys of wealth that are prevalent in every investment that you make. And one of them is cash flow. Well, cash flow is made with your job, and a retiree is expecting to have cash flow after they retire, right? And so what a retiree does oftentimes, though, is they have to take a pay cut, right? They retire and they see that, you know, maybe they've been making $150,000, $200,000 a year. They've built up an investment account, maybe it's an IRA or something like that, that has $2.5 million in it, okay? So now they're going to start selling they're going to start selling those investments, and they're going to hope that it extends past their lifetime, okay? But in order to be really cognizant and be very careful, they don't want to outpay themselves and outlive their retirement account. So they go from making $8,000 a month to making $4,000 a month, right? And so they're looking for cash flow. Well, they can come in and they can invest that with us, and we generate cash flow, okay? So that's where the retirees come in. And then what we offer, we go through what we offer. You want to share exactly what it is that you're going to offer to those clienteles and those investors that you're going to work with, all right? And then you want to start out and let them know the 5 questions that they have that you're going to answer for them. When you're doing one-to-many presentation and a one-to-many pitch, you want to go through and have every single objection that that person or any individual person could have in the room, and you've got to answer it. Okay, because it makes it very difficult when you're doing one-on-one. You can answer questions afterwards, but when you're talking to 25, 30 people at one time, it makes it difficult to answer all those questions in the set time frame that you have. And we typically do this over a dinner event. So, and now the difference with one-to-one, when I started out raising capital, I was doing one-to-one. You don't have to have a private equity fund or anything that's SEC regulated or anything like that to do one-to-one. And you can individually partner on deals, and that's how we started out. Then once you go to doing one-to-many, you want to set up the right fund structure in order to do that. So that's a whole nother presentation. We're not going to get into that today. But if you have questions about that, we have a booth. Key City Capital is, we've got a booth back there in the back room. You can come ask me about how we set that up if anybody's interested in doing that. But you want to go in and you want to tell everybody that's there, here's the 5 questions that I'm going to answer for you today, right? So a couple of them. How many people do we provide housing to? How many years in a row have we been experiencing significant year-over-year growth? And it's just some of the things that your company will provide for them, all right? And then how can you get involved if you're not already involved, right? And you're going to answer that at the end of the presentation on exactly how that they can get involved with partnering with you, okay? And then you're going to go through 8 to 10 different bullet points of why they should partner with and invest with you, okay? So go through quickly exactly why they want to be working with you. So maybe you have family and want to provide security and consistent cash flow to your kids after you pass away, right? And just go through, you think as I'm saying, the purpose of my business is connecting capital to wealth. How can I do that for my client? How can I do that for you? And you're going to answer that in 8 to 10 bullet points. Okay, does that make sense? Everybody getting that? Okay, so include some pictures and stuff, right? And you always want to go in and show exactly how it is that you're helping the communities that you're helping. We're real estate investors in here, right? So at the end of the day, we're all wanting to help somebody. We're all wanting to help, you know, bring dilapidated properties back to their full economic value. We're wanting to help families that are in need. Maybe it's a family that, so this family here, they had, I think, 5, 6 kids. Lee, do you remember how many kids they had? 6 kids? So this family had 6 kids. They had no way of getting a bank loan for a house that was big enough that could support 6 kids. Okay, and so one of the things that we do is we do owner financing. And so we had a property that it was a 4-bedroom house, but they had about $15,000 that they could go in, and basically we showed them blueprints of exactly how they could turn those 4 bedrooms into a 6-bedroom house with another bathroom. And they went in, they bought the house, we owner financed it to them, and they've now done all the renovations to it. So we were able to provide housing to that family that otherwise wouldn't have been able to, right? And that's what most everybody in here is doing, okay? But a lot of the times, those investors that you're going to be working with and partnering with, they don't know that. They don't understand. They've got a job. They're an engineer. They're an attorney. Or Maybe they're an upper level executive and they don't know exactly what it is that you do. They just know that they want to invest in real estate. So when you start speaking to their heart and showing exactly how you affect the community, that touches them in a way that they start understanding more about what it is that you do and why you do it, instead of you just being another transaction that's coming in and pitching to them. Okay? So then we go through and I share a little bit about each of my 3 business partners. And you want to share exactly what your experiences is, right? Some of us in here are just getting started. Okay? How many of us in here, I know there was somebody asked earlier, how many of us in here have not done a deal yet? Anybody not done a deal yet? Okay. So when I had not done a deal, or I had done a couple of deals, I went out and I told, the first deal that I found, I told our investors and our partners, look, I haven't done this very much, but before I went and started asking for money, I had the deal lined up, and I'd also gone out and spoken with a contractor that was going to do the work, who had done over 100 flips for other investors. So I actually had him come with me to the meeting. I said, look, I've got this deal. I've got a contractor who knows and understands what he's doing, and since then I've partnered with that contractor a number of times. But I showed them exactly what I was going to be doing to the house, and I had somebody with the experience and the expertise to show exactly what he was going to be doing and how he was going to bring his value in to give that investor a sense of ease, right? So there's some of us that are just starting out and haven't done any deals. You've got to show that. When you're going through there, look, I haven't done this, but this is how I can take your money and increase your money if you invest with me, and it's going to be safe and secure. If you've done 10 deals, how many of us in here have done 10 deals? A few of us, okay? Right? If you've done 10 deals, be truthful about it. Here's exactly what I've done. Here's my history before doing deals, right? And so that's what this is. Just go through a little bit of your history and be truthful about it. And that's when the person, the partner that you're working with is going to start trusting you more and more. Don't go in there and I've done 100 deals when you've done 10, because he's going to find out. The minute you run into an issue, look, I do deals all the time. We've done over 300, I think we've done 327 deals, right, Lee? Something like that in the last 2 years. And I still run into properties that have something that I've never seen before, okay? So if you act like you've done 100 deals and you've only done 10 and you run into one of those issues and you don't know what to do and you don't know who to go to ask to, your investor is going to find that out. And they're going to see that you don't belong, all right? So act as if and be truthful about it, okay? So a little bit about your company. In the last couple of years, we were awarded International Investor Hall of Fame. We were awarded Top 100 in Real Estate Investing. And then this year, we were nominated for Inc. 5000 Fastest Growing Company. So Malia, my COO, is here. One thing that she's going to get to go start doing over the next couple of months is putting together a whole bunch of data to send to Inc. 5000 that they're asking for. So news to Malia. She looks excited right now.
Hold up, Ty. Hold on a second. Did you guys see the stats? Let me get a. Come on, 2 claps for my guy.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So I'm not sharing this about what I'm doing. I'm showing this so that you know exactly what to do when you're giving this presentation, right? So yes, I mean, I am very proud about what it is that we've accomplished, but I'm also, it excites me when I'm able to share that. And like RJ said earlier, like I work with a number of other people in our market. There's a number of other people that raise capital in our market. And I don't look at that as competition. When you look at that as competition, that's the minute that egos step in and it limits what you're able to do, right? But if you act as if and you set your ego at the door, you're able to move on, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the person next to you has done 100 deals and you've done 10 and the next person's done 1. It doesn't matter. There's something that you can bring of value to both of them, and there's something that each of them can bring to value to each other, right? And so you can't look at it with a minimalist viewpoint, right? And so one of my first mentors told me when I was flying in an airplane, or imagine yourself flying in an airplane, okay? As a real estate investor, imagine yourself flying in an airplane and you're flying over, we're in San Antonio, right? So we're flying over San Antonio. At 30,000 feet, you put your finger on the window, and those few houses that your finger covers up, if you can control that many properties, you're going to be a multimillionaire, all right? And so that just goes to show you that, like, yeah, there's competition, but if you understand that when you find what your purpose is and you focus on that, the competition doesn't matter. You can bring value to each other, right? And that's the cool thing about entrepreneurship and real estate, okay? So then you give your history, show exactly what it is, okay? So 213 deals in the last year and a half. We've done 324 units. We've got some multifamily and stuff like that. And we've provided living to over 1,000 people. We've got over 50 people that have invested with us. We've got 36 properties in construction right now, right? And so show exactly what you've done, and then that gives your history so that you can start building from there, right? And each time you do a meeting, it grows, okay? So what does connecting capital to wealth look like, right? So provides legacies for families looking for a safe and affordable living, right? So I'm actually connecting capital to wealth on our seller's side, on the people that are buying our properties later, on the people that are living in our properties, and our investors, right? We're fulfilling a dream for those people that are needing affordable places to live, okay? We're creating legacy for our team at Key City Capital and all the people that work with us, okay? And for our staff. And then we're creating legacy for our investors, okay? So this is just where you're gonna go through and continue building on what it is that you do for your investors and partners, okay? And then core values. I know somebody this morning, one of the speakers was talking about core values and having core values. Actually, I think it was on the women's panel, was talking about having your core values, right? And so that goes along with your purpose and what it is that you do, what you do, connecting capital to wealth. Well, we do that through loyalty to our partners and our investors, through commitment to what it is that we've said that we're going to do, okay? Through communication, constant communication. We have quarterly reporting. We send out reports every quarter to our investors with their investor check. Okay, so every quarter I'm sending out their cash flow return and a report with what we've done in that last quarter with their money. We also have monthly touches that we do with all of our investors, whether it's a call, it's an email, whatever the case may be. And it's constant communication. And we're very consistent, right? Quarterly reports, we always do that. Monthly touches, we always do that. We're very consistent with what it is that we say that we're going to do. And then we do it with passion. Everything we do we do it with passion, right? So get 3, 4, 5 set of core values and start building that into your company and everything that you do, right? So a little bit about me. I said I played football in college. My wife and I actually, in the last 3 years since I started speaking and my business started growing, and we've got partners and investors in Europe and in Australia and multiple countries now. And so I started traveling a lot. And my wife and I got married. We've been married for over 10 years now in September. This September will be 11 years. And so this trip right here, this is me in South Africa, me and her in South Africa and in Dubai. And so that was September, not this last year, but the year before. So I had this opportunity to go to South Africa and speak to about 2,000 investors in South Africa and entrepreneurs. And that was actually the event where I met my now friend, Vanilla Ice. And so I committed to this event before going home and talking to my wife about it. And I do that a lot. So when I said I am thankful for my wife, that's why, because I do this a lot. I commit to things before talking to her about it. And then I found out later, like, what kind of a mistake I've made. And so I commit to this event, and then I start looking at the dates, and I'm like, oh, shoot, September the 6th. Like, that's my wedding anniversary. I've made a big problem. So now my entrepreneur mind starts racing, and I'm the visionary of our company, right? So how am I going to fix this situation? I've committed to going and speaking at this event, but that's my anniversary. So I get this grand idea. I go home, and I'm like, hey, babe, how would you like to go on a safari for our wedding anniversary in South Africa? Like, she's like, her eyes get real wide, right? And like, she's all excited about it and everything. And she's like, oh, that'd be cool. And I was like, we can actually do all of the flights going to South Africa. You either have to go through Amsterdam or Dubai. And so I said, we can come back through Dubai and stay for a couple of days there and hang out in Dubai. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be fun. And she's like, okay, yeah. Like we were at that time, like I'd been flipping houses for 6.5 years or so. but I was still broke because I wasn't building wealth. Like it was just one transaction after another. So we were cash poor, right? We'd make a bunch of money and then we would use it, and we would make a bunch of money and we would use it. And so that's when I was right about the time I started really raising capital and started building wealth. And so this was really the first time that we had the opportunity to do something like this. And so of course she was like, absolutely, I'm going to do that. It's like, awesome. So when we get there, the second day after we get there, I've actually got to give a presentation. It's all right, though. I just got to go speak for a day. And then we can go on our safari and go hang out. And so that's what we ended up getting to do, right? That's my investor mind. Like, how can I fix this problem? Well, the problem gets worse. This is us in London last year. And so I did it again. Last year, this last September, well, actually it was in July, I ended up getting an opportunity to go to London and speak for, everybody in here know Rich Dad or Robert Kiyosaki? So I went through Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad, and that was my first real estate coach. And it was a guy named Jason. So Jason is still one of our coaches today, but he worked for the Rich Dad organization. So anyways, Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad, was going to be in London, and they asked if I could go and speak. And I was going to get to go share about what I had done and then sell a product, a coaching product after that presentation. And so I was like, sweet, absolutely, I'm going to go do that. And then I looked at the dates again. September the 6th. Dang it. I've done this twice now. Well, our daughter's name is London for a reason. My wife had always wanted to go to London. Holy cow, like I've got another great idea, right? And so I do it again, and it worked. And so now in the last 2 years, we've gotten to spend our anniversary on a different continent. So it's been fun because of what connecting capital to wealth has done, right? And building a purpose in our business. And when you have purpose, you're able to grow, okay? And then this is my family. That's Keegan that y'all saw a minute ago. Here's my wife, and then London here. And then this little tiny butt is Gemma, but she's my mini-me that causes as much destruction or more than I do. And so when I say that, like, I am thankful for my wife, we get a call last night from the nanny that Gemma, little Gemma, who's 3 years old, was mad and didn't want to listen. So she stood up on the couch, dropped her pants, and just peed on the couch. That's Gemma, right? And so, like, for my wife, the things that she puts up with, I don't know how she does it. And it makes my job very easy, right? So anyways, a little bit about you, then endorsements. So volume's not on here, but you could hear it in my intro video earlier. That one relationship that I created, that I have, has been an endorsement for me that I've been able to use, right? And so you want to start, it doesn't matter who it is. The first endorsement that I used was a guy named George Ross, okay? So everybody in here knows who Donald Trump is, right? Our president. Whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, it doesn't matter. Donald Trump created a real estate business that is highly successful, right? And there's no arguing that, okay? So George Ross was his real estate attorney for his 47 years before he became president. And so I met George through another coach of mine that introduced me to him and gave me the chance to interview George. And then I started using that in all of my presentations, right? So it doesn't matter if you have your CPA that you're working with, your attorney that you're working with, or somebody that everybody knows who they are. And the only reason I'm able to use Vanilla Ice is because he actually, I didn't know this, he has a $400 million real estate portfolio, okay? And so, you know, you see the guy and he's got tattoos all over him and you don't realize that. And so I always have to preface that when I'm going into one of my presentations and people see pictures with me and him and he's got his tattoos out. It's like, look past those. He got his one-hit wonder, right? We all know his one-hit wonder, but he actually has a $400 million real estate portfolio. And then I can go in and kind of use that about how he's built that portfolio and how, you know, we're using some of his ideas to build our portfolio and our business. So endorsements are huge, okay? And it doesn't matter if you have 1, 5, 10, use what you have. Whether it's a client, it's your first investor. You have your first investor. Use that first investor as an endorsement. Get them to do a short video. And you saw a couple of mine in my introduction video. Get them to do a short video so that you can put that into your presentation, okay? So connecting capital wealth, building legacy with our partners. Are you ready to become a partner? And that's when you stand out and you let everybody in the room know that you're working on building them to become a partner with you, an investor with you, right? Constantly seed planting. You're building that seed plant the entire time that you're looking to do business with them. So many people in sales now, I've found that they're so reluctant and so scared to ask for the sell or to ask for the buy or ask for the investment. You've got to constantly seed plant that throughout when you're having these meetings. Okay, and when you're having these meetings, you as often as possible, try to never go to your potential client, potential investor's place of business. You want them to come to you, to your office, or you want it at a neutral location. We do them at a private country club a lot of the times. We'll do the dinners at a private country club. We'll do dinners at a hotel ballroom, something like this. And then if they're one-on-one, you want them to come to your office, right? And if you have to go, if you're going to their town,